Good morning, everyone. It's Thursday, May 18th. It's been a while since I've been up here to do that little good morning, but it feels good to do so. Finally got myself set up with a second account so I can stream and talk to you guys. So very happy to be able to do that. I have missed you all so very much. Headline, at least for today, for those of you who were early and jumped in early, is Alibaba is continuing its spin-off into 6 different companies, and I think it's starting off with its cloud business. I think shares are down slightly, but this is, if you ever wanted to just buy, Alibaba's, commerce side or Alibaba's cloud side, this could be something to look for because now you'll be able to get to invest in particular, business lines of Alibaba. So exciting stuff for those who have been following Alibaba for a long time, all the way through. It's kind of big decline over the past couple years, maybe year or two. All the same. Lots of other stuff going on in the world of finance. So let's get a couple speakers up here. Feel free to raise your hand and I'll invite you up off grid. Nice to have you up here.
Good morning.
Morning. Oh, there's another one, 10. Nice to have you as well. Excluding fuel, Walmart's US Q1 comp sales comparative sales grew 7.4%. E-commerce growth was 27%. Well, I'm surprised Walmart has a sizable e-commerce business at all. But I'm curious. I didn't even realize that Walmart sold fuel. Is this a US thing?
Yeah, they have gas stations at some of their locations, like Costco.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, Costco is definitely the name that I think of when I think of, store-related gas stations or store adjacent.
Yep. Well, Kroger does it, Costco does it, Sam's Club does it, and Walmart does it.
Interesting. Up here in Canada, it's very much just Costco, but good to know. 7.4% is slightly higher than inflation. Like, I don't know. Generally, if you asked me a year or two ago, I'd be like, yeah, wow, 7.4%. That's great growth. But yeah, inflation is really chipping away at all of these numbers. Hello, Scald.
Hello, everyone.
So you got your little one with you, so no pressure to come on. We briefly touched on Alibaba. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'll be free here in a minute to give plays.
Oh, excellent. Okay, can't wait for it. Yeah, we just briefly talked about Alibaba and then Walmart and some gas station enabled stores. Are people still talking about This is like the meme that doesn't die. Or maybe I should just come to terms with the fact that all memes just don't die. I mean, we still have...
They got earnings next week.
Oh,
They have earnings next week. Oh, yeah. Our weekly pump and dump.
Good lord. Palantir? What about Palantir? All my bills? And what are thoughts for the earnings? Is there any fundamental analysis behind this, or is it still, the re is funny, is good stock?
They recently unveiled their new model. I think it's the P7-C. It's like a newer variant of the P7. They're going to deliver some units at the end of the year. I definitely see it as a future growth growth stock. At least next year, it's going to go up a lot, and it's going to keep progressively going up after that. So I'm thinking it'll do a little pump like last time, maybe take some profit, and then it'll dip and then buy back into it. I definitely see it as a long-term hold.
All right. Well, there you have it. Nibbler says he just likes the stock, or Maven likes money. So hopefully Reed brings you some money, Human or Gino.
Yeah, I listened to the earnings call last time. It was pretty decent, so I'm definitely going to join in this time. You can go on their website and register to be on the physical phone call and actually ask questions of them, or you can do the live stream on their website and just kind of listen in on what's going on.
Well, if you guys want, we could do like a re-earnings watching party here in Discord. We could set up an event and all that jazz.
That'd be hilarious. Let's do it. That'd be awesome. Let's do it.
I'm gonna try to get on the physical call too. Like, it's gonna be interesting.
I'll put Rylar in charge of that. I feel like that would make his day. Oh my god. Comments are all for it. I love it. Palantir is on its way to $11.60, becoming more profitable, and large investors are filing in. They already had all like the large investors. How could more large investors be funneling in? Penny stock party, this is the way. Hey, look, I did want to have the penny stock channel, but I mean, it is probably for the best that we don't. Cannot imagine everyone else running around with like 5 other re-equivalents. Do you imagine? Here we only talk about, high quality stocks like Coinbase and Wish. No, we don't talk about Wish anymore. DWAC, yes. What has DWAC done recently? Wow, it's still not zero.
Did someone say DWAC?
Yep. Financial bag. I think we activated Rylar.
Hello.
Trup? What's up?
Rylar, I'm not sure if you heard, but we're just saying, we should stream the re-earnings on one of these calls. Just have, yes.
Yeah, so they have a conference call on May 23rd, and I listened to the last one, and it was pretty good info. But they also let you call in to ask questions, so I could register for that.
I'm gonna try to get on that too.
Be like, did you know that you're famous on WallStreetBets?
I think I'm gonna apply for a position in their marketing firm. We're basically marketing for them already.
Oh, but then it would be a conflict of interest if you're on here.
Really? Damn.
I don't think so.
One interesting thought I just had is, I think one day they're going to get into the defense contracting business, because that modular platform, I believe it's 4-wheel drive. I know it's 4-wheel steering, and you can put any body on there. So the potential militarily is really, really great for them. So I think once they start fielding their civilian stuff, and that goes well, I think the military is going to jump in on it. Plus, they're based out of Israel too. So
if you combine that with AI and whatever else is going to be big, then I think you're right.
Yeah, and it's so low to the ground. It's like to be unmanned, like robot tanks, kind of.
Yeah, that would be crazy. There's going to be vehicles that assemble themselves,
and they go right before they shoot you.
Yeah, retransformers.
Yeah, I could definitely see them moving towards that direction. Like that would be like they corner the market for that because there's a lot of hybrid tanks out now, like electric tanks and stuff. I think that's a good position for them in the future.
If you get into like the people that used to build their own PCs, you can have people that build their own cars and stuff around their platform. I think that could be a huge secondary market.
Definitely, even like off-road, like if they work on the ground clearance or the articulation of the suspension, that'd be a great off-road platform. You put a roll cage on there and have it, flying in the wind, pretty much. Be like a skateboard with a roll cage in the seat. And again, the only potential snag with RE is if they don't pass their certification and they would just die, basically. Because I think Hino, Toyota, had a partnership with an EV manufacturer to sell, like, I don't know, buses or something in the country. And they failed the certification because it had hexavalent chromium, which I think is stainless steel, which is very odd. So, and Toyota backed out of that deal and they lost like $13 million. I think Toyota's actually partnered with RE in that one.
I heard that on their last call. I don't remember what the extent of the agreement. I remember hearing like Mitsubishi is one of their partners as well.
Yeah, Mitsubishi's doing the financing.
Right.
Yeah, Hino's probably doing like some truck parts, and then they got an axle manufacturer. They have the charging infrastructure budgeted
And
already.
You've been doing way more research than I have.
Yeah, it's intriguing. I mean, it looks like it has a lot of potential. I mean, not this year. It'll go up a little bit the fourth quarter when they start like shipping units, and they're on track. They're still in the green on their budget, and they're going to start making profits definitely next year.
Bourbon, have you done any DD on Trupp pet insurance?
Yeah, basically, it's bullish.
That's all I need to.
No, I haven't bought it.
I think for the name alone, it should be another meme.
Yeah, seriously,
Trupp.
Okay, so we did a deep dive on Trupanion the other night.
Oh, you did?
Man, is it a it is an absolute dumpster fire. But
Oh.
Oh no!
Can you tell me why?
well, I think one of the biggest things was the massive amount of insider selling and an argument about the CEO resuming insider selling. Like, they're just selling that stock as quick as they can legally.
But the product is good, right?
I mean, I don't know. The product may very well be great. Pet insurance may very well be something that people need and use.
Well,
you know.
and anecdotally, I had pet insurance a while back. My cat needed an MRI, and it ended up being like 15 grand out of pocket. And the pet insurance that I got weeks prior, for whatever reason, I couldn't get the claim approved. So I was like, what good is this? So I don't know if that's the case for other pet insurance companies, but I didn't have a good experience.
A lot of insurance companies will have like a 1-year wait clause and stuff, especially like dental companies. I don't know what it is for pet insurance, but yeah, usually a couple weeks ahead of time they won't If you only had the coverage a couple weeks, they're not going to cover you.
Oh, I think it was like
So,
it was like
update.
5K. Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
Just to correct myself, it was like 5K for the MRI, but then there was other like things like the just all together from like vet visits and overnight stays, because my cat had some weird kind of like neurological disease that's pretty rare, so we just kept taking her to other visits, and then all in it was like 15K, and the insurance didn't do shit.
And that's one expensive cat.
Yep.
So I just wanted to do a quick update on Fruit Gang. Those of you that know Fruit Gang know that we're invested in Dole. And you should be up right now somewhere between 40 to 50% on the year, depending on where you entered the Dole play. But most of it's entered between the $8 and $9 range. And it's currently sitting at just shy of $12 at $11.93. And they beat earnings, so they're going upseas from here. It's also been paying out a pretty nice dividend. So this isn't including the dividend. It's just including equity appreciation on the stock price. So Fruit Gang, whoever's still in it, we're doing well. I personally still have 1,000 shares of Dole, and I'm not selling.
I think I got in when it was like $10 or $11. What's your cost basis?
My cost basis on the total, because I had a lot of call options and things that some of them I was able to exercise, is around $8.85. I think is my average across all the shares. Yeah, it was just shy of $9,000 to buy the 1,000 shares. So, doing well.
Nice.
Yo, good morning.
Yo.
Scald, you were talking about Disney a few days ago. What was the deal with that?
I've decided to buy puts on Disney. He's finally convinced me to be bearish on Disney. You've got well-reasoned arguments, and they're just looking not so good.
Well, bro, you timed it just perfectly because they are now getting sued by a local pension fund, and that pension fund is looking to turn it into a class action lawsuit. And it's a 37-page document. I was able to skim it a little bit, but basically, it is the shareholders suing Disney for losing money. If you were a shareholder between October to November of last year, or last year, they're suing over Disney Plus numbers being fudged, mismanagement of accounting, maybe on purpose to make Disney Plus numbers not seem so bad, and literally, this is in the document. Producing content that was not meant for massive appeal, which is something that I've been saying for a while. It's more of agendized content. So this is a kind of a big deal here. If this actually gets rolling into a larger class action lawsuit, it definitely is going to have some weight behind it. On top of all of that, there was another thing, but I'll have to think about it. You guys want to talk about RE, and that's cool. There's also Mullen. They're like an EV company. BlackRock has increased their stake 178% in that company, and this was the 13F came out 2 days ago. So and the when they actually purchased it, I can see it was March 31st, and the dollar cost average of BlackRock would have been about $3.28. and they're trading like a third of that now, maybe half. So I would suggest doing some buy rights on it. It's getting under some weird volatility right now. So buy 100 shares, buy it in 100 share lots, sell your covered calls on it for a decently high strike price, and just throw it out there. $3.20, $3.25 is your sell price right there. Bingo. And then I wanted to talk about Boyle, but I'll wait for that.
I totally agree with you on that Mullen thesis. I've been in it. I've been doing exactly what you're saying about selling the covered calls on it, and it's working out pretty good. And looking forward to the price hitting back up to 320.
Yep. Just if anybody is a whale watcher, there you go. And it's super cheap. It's like $1.28. I mean, even if you don't have a lot of money, that's about $128, and you could just start rolling it out.
My call spaces on Disney is $160. So that's how I feel about Disney.
Shit, dude. Well, guess what? Join the lawsuit.
I'm joining it. Yeah. I had shares back then.
Yeah, I did
definitely
too.
doing that.
So I might join the lawsuit. Yeah.
Screw Disney and their gay dinosaurs.
My girlfriend's husband had shares at the time. Can I also get in on this class action?
So basically, a big part of it is that they were doing some shady shit with reporting on streaming losses. Like, even though they lost $1.4 billion on it, and even though they projected this quarter that they were going to increase their subscribership by 4 million people, and instead lost 4 million people, even despite all of that, it's even worse than that, because what they were doing something where they were taking their legacy content and putting it on Disney Plus, and then reporting, or they had a second legacy system that they were using to supplement the loss from Disney Plus. So like the Disney Plus is actually worse than I thought. So Disney's in trouble, dude. Like, they just cannot stop fucking up. I cannot believe how much. It's like every fucking day I gotta read something about the mistakes that they're making, and it's kind of hard to watch because I want to go long. I've been wanting to go long since last November.
Yeah, they were at like 180 something a share, and they dropped down into the 160s, and I was like, man, this is a buying opportunity. Can't get them all right.
Well, they're getting closer to what they need to do. There is a threat of reshuffling the board here, which is good. But there is still this. There's a couple other stuff that is all hearsay and rumor, so I'm not going to get into that. But they're getting to the point where they're going to have to radically change their direction, so that's good. Bud Light is kind of in the same situation. They've started selling beer cans with camouflage on them to appeal to the blue collar conservative crowd again. I can't even. It's hard for me to read because it's so cringy. But I've got puts on Bud. They're printing, and I think that this is. I don't think the opportunity of shorting them is over, so I'm going to hold them. They go out until June, $60 strike, and we'll see how much worse this gets because it's kind of you
They need to
you
put
can do a
Trump
lot
on
of
their beer
things.
cans.
You can do you can do a lot of things. Pissing everybody off, like everybody off, is not good.
Well,
You need
even if
to.
you piss half the people off, you're alienating half of. I mean, there's no. The companies need to stay away from this shit that the media is pushing on people, and they need to
Well, they
focus on
pissed.
business, right?
They pissed. Yeah, they pissed 50%
Like,
of the people off. Then they
suing
another.
DeSantis. They're suing to make sense for business. They're wasting energy and resources on suing DeSantis. It's ridiculous.
Oh, you're talking about Disney.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Bud
I thought
Light
we were
is
talking about Bud Light.
We are, but I mean, in terms of like these companies that are these woke liberal agendas, they're focusing on the wrong things because they're going to alienate half of their customer base when they do that kind of stuff.
Liberal
In
propaganda.
exchange for what?
Yeah, they are not like both of these companies. What they have in common is I get what they're trying to do, and it's not bad, but the way that they are handling criticism and the way that they're handling any kind of backlash or the way that they're presenting any sort of like inclusatory marketing is just like is not going over well with people. And I know that Disney stock is in the tank for sure, and I think Bud Light is headed the same direction because Bud Light has not only being boycotted by the traditional crowd, they're also being boycotted now by the crowd that they were trying to advertise to, and so you've got boycotting on both sides, and the sales numbers that keep on coming out are like they lost a quarter of their sales. Now it's projected at 30%, and it's just going to keep on dropping. And then I wanted to talk about Boyle and how the amount of rigs are they shut down 17 rigs, and so right now there was a huge drop in gas supply. There's a big notch down, and they have the lowest rig count in ever. So anyways, the amount of gas that's being burnt is not being met with the amount of supply right now, and the reason why is because they refuse to produce at these prices, which is something that I said was going to happen, and it looks like they've finally won the game of chicken or whatever, and so now they're shutting down. The only way for this, the only thing that's going to happen now is that the price is going to go up. So I'm hopeful, and it's kind of had a hard bounce, and it looks like it's gonna just keep on climbing from here.
I agree with that thesis as well. The price for natural gas needs to be at a point where it can support the people that are working in the industry and the companies and the workers that are pulling it out of the ground. And unlike oil, natural gas, you could easily turn off a well and turn it back on again. Oil, it's not that simple to cap and turn it back on again. But natural gas, you could actually, it's pretty. I have some friends that own natural gas wells, and it's pretty easy to turn it on and off again. And basically all they need to do is use up the current oversupply that they have in the market, and then find a new equilibrium for production and consumption, and the price will be fine. And I agree, it's going to go back up a little bit from here.
Yeah, I just posted a chart in there in the comments. Right. So there's like this weird shock wave that's been that's going through in the supply, and and they oversupplied, so then the price went down, and now they're cutting supply, so that the supply goes down, so that the price goes back up, and they haven't reached equilibrium yet. I think that they're a little bit overcompensating on the control aspect. You know, like in control systems where you have if you add too much gain on a secondary derivative system, then you basically introduce sort of like a hunting seeking sort of thing. So you don't want to overcorrect, and I think that that might be the fear, and what's going to result is a price goes up situation.
So one thing I want to point out is earlier this morning when we were looking at the SPY looked like it was going to open up at around 415, 416-ish, but it looks like it's reversed. It's down to 414.79 now, so it looks like SPY might be heading down this morning. And the other thing I mentioned earlier was up until now on the news, the tone of the White House has been that they're not going to negotiate regarding the debt ceiling. This morning, it kind of took a turn when they were reporting the news, like Reuters and all the Bloomberg and all the news agencies, the reports that I got. It's beginning to sound like the White House is willing to be more flexible on negotiating some of the things that are in the budget so that they can get the debt ceiling raised. So they're taking a more conciliatory tone. So I'm cautiously optimistic that they're going to come up with something before July 1st, because it seems like their position on it has changed somewhat and they're more flexible. So keep an eye out for that stuff.
Yeah, Carvana is off 1% in pre-market, so I bought puts on that.
I got sorry to change the subject. I got calls on Google when they announced their little AI show and shit. And they are printing, man. And I think Microsoft was going to do one this week or next week. They're going to have some sort of conference about the technology, the AI technology, and how they're going to integrate it into their products and stuff. And so I'm going to have to look more into that. But there is definitely an opportunity here to get calls on Microsoft. Nintendo came out with Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom. Had a blockbuster opening weekend. This is going to be good for them. But they are fighting the aging Switch. And to add to that boil play, so Germany, I guess, took off their nuclear reactors because they wanted to. I don't really know why exactly. It wasn't to. I don't really know why, but
pivoting away from nuclear.
Yeah, I don't understand why that's a good thing. They're gonna start burning more coal. I suspect, and then they also say that they're gonna get electricity from France, which is nuclear reactor electricity. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. But
the French have more expertise in nuclear power than the Germans do, I think, is what it comes down to. And instead of them reinventing the wheel in Germany, they're right next door. They can just drop some copper, and they can easily import the nuclear power from France.
Okay. It just like these articles that I'm reading, it's like they're so happy to get away from nuclear energy and how bad it is, and then they start importing nuclear energy from France. It's like, well, that's not really morally justifiable. But their infrastructure is built on natural gas because they were the terminus of that Nord Stream pipeline. And so what I am suspecting is that instead of paying for electricity of nuclear energy, a good chunk of that is going to be burning natural gas because it's at an all-time low. And so this demand of needing energy, the price of oil or the price of natural gas, just I think we hit the bottom and we're on our way up. That's what I'm saying.
I can tell you Germany turned off their reactors because that's been their plan for a decade, and they were in too deep. Pulling out would essentially be admitting that they were wrong, so they just went with it.
What does that mean? Mr. the Reptile. I'm glad I could coax you out to talk. They were in too deep? What do you mean?
Since Fukushima, they've had a very strong, we're going to shut down all nuclear and go wind and solar. And they just were way too committed to it. To not do it would be kind of, how can I put this? It would be like, God, I can't even think of like an example. It would be like OPEC being like, hey, we're done with oil now. Oil was actually no good. We shouldn't burn gas. Like, they're just way too committed to it. It's just their identity is that they were going to get rid of nuclear and go green. That's probably not a good analogy. The point is just like it's been part of their political scene for like a decade now, and they couldn't switch the line and say like, oh no, actually we were wrong. It would have been political suicide.
They're shifting to a different form of nuclear. Technically, wind and solar are nuclear since they come from the sun, which is the solar system's nuclear power generator. But I digress.
Interesting. So it's puts on Bud's call on Molson Coors.
One thing to point out, I think this may have been one of Slut's plays as well. CVR Partners, the ticker symbol is U uniform Alpha November UAN. They engage in the the production and sale of nitrogen fertilizer products in the United States. They recently announced a dividend of $10 something a share. The dividend X date was May 12th. The announcement was on May 1st, and the dividend is going to be paid on 5/22, May 22nd. $10.43 a share is pretty juicy. Their price is at a 52-week low, so because of the dividend that they're paying out. And if you're looking to get into it, it might be a good time because they're at a near a 52-week low. Get into it and prepare for the next dividend payment. But their annual dividend yield is around 39.7%. For those people that are interested in that stuff.
Yeah, that is one of mine, sort of. I was talking about CVI, which is petroleum and nitrogen-based fertilizer, and then UAN is strictly just nitrogen-based fertilizer, but they are both CVR energy partners. They have gotten taken out by Hindenburg and their article on Carl Icahn, because he's like a big investor in CVR energy. And so, yeah, but I do hold UAN, and I do believe that they are going to go up, and I do believe that Hindenburg is full of shit, does not know what is coming, the storm that's coming for the need of nitrogen-based fertilizer coming from America.
I'm looking at Coors Molson, and it looks like they followed the lead of Budweiser, and they both lost about the same amount of value in shares. Apparently, it's not one to get into unless you're getting puts.
I'll talk about why UAN is long-term hold later after market opens. Man, this dividend's legit, dude. $10.43. Holy shit. Did the
Telling you.
well, this is what Hindenburg was all upset about. He's giving away too much dividends. Fuck you, Hindenburg. What's the ex-dividend date on this? I think it might have already
was. Yeah, it's already passed. The ex-dividend date was May 12th, I believe. It was announced on May 1st. The ex-dividend date was May 12th. I'm sorry I didn't pay attention to it sooner. I just saw it in my portfolio.
It's pending. Well, actually, I did bring this up because it was in their earnings. It was in their earnings call.
And their dividend payout ratio. So their dividend payout ratio is 88.07, and by most standards, that's considered high. Like payout ratio is the likelihood that the dividend is going to continue at its current rate. And normally anything between 50 and 75% dividend payout ratio is considered high. Anything above 75%, you're starting to get into unsustainable territory. So their dividend payout ratio is 88%. But that's based on the current stock price, which is it's at its lows. So if the stock price goes back to like somewhere in a neutral range or its normal range, then that dividend payout ratio is going to come down into the high range as opposed to the unsustainable range. So they're like right on the cusp of unsustainable dividend payouts. But still, even if they cut it in half to 15% annual yield, that's still a pretty damn good dividend. So
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they announced that on their earnings call, which they just totally smashed. It was awesome. I should, for the technical traders, GameStop has gotten past its something that they like to call the line of hedgy nightmares. And I've been watching it every time that it does this. And what happens is it runs up and then it halts. And then it runs up and then it halts. And that could happen today, could happen tomorrow, could happen later this week. And then it just goes down again. So if you see it halt, if it does get halted, I'm going to get some puts on it. That's what am I up to now? 7 plays. GameStop, GME, and there'll be married puts, by the way, because I have a shitload of shares. Okay, well, if nobody's got anything else, debt ceiling.
Oh, sorry. It looks like someone in the chat was asking what you meant by married puts, and I'm assuming that you meant like covered calls or cash secured puts.
No, married puts is when you have shares of a company and you still buy puts on them. So I don't know why they call it married puts. I guess it's because you are attached to the stock, but also expect it to get worse in age and bitch at you over time. So you get puts on it.
Okay.
I did that with FRC.
that was awesome explanation. Thank you.
FRC was going to tank, so I just got some puts on it.
And there's also a thing called married calls, I guess, where you're shorting a company but you buy calls on it.
I've done that. Puts and calls. Ride the wave.
But you're buying them, not selling them. Okay, so this debt ceiling. Yellen says June 1st is when they are expecting the money to run out, which of course means that the money's already gone. It's going to be a weird scenario. This, you guys can look at what happened in 2011, and when the last there's a lot of volatility in the market. Basically, the debt ceiling, when it gets raised, it means that there's no consequences or need to pay back anything, and it's not the same as printing money, but it does loosen up and free a lot of money. So it is putting cash into the gambling financial system that we've created. Not really gambling, because you can't lose. So the stock market goes up. But before that happens, it usually gets pretty dramatic, and I'm seeing the drama already start. And Yellen is literally saying that there will be dire consequences if the Congress doesn't raise the debt ceiling. And Congress uses this as an opportunity to make it seem like they're actually doing something, and the market tends to either go down. If you are in the right place at the right time, you can make a lot of money on it.
And it's always like conveniently this time of year, right? Because this is the 2 months of the year that they work.
Well, the federal budget doesn't operate on a calendar year; it goes on a fiscal year, which starts in June. So that's why June 1st is the big deadline. So basically last year's budget expires on May 31st. So if the government doesn't have a new budget for the next year, which starts on June 1st, then they can't operate because they don't have the money. And last time it happened, Obama, Biden's puppet master, was in office. So Biden is no stranger to what's going to happen if they don't negotiate this time. And I have a feeling that's why he's taken a more conciliatory tone towards McCarthy, and he's willing to negotiate on spending. I expect it to go through because there's no way the U.S. can withstand another downgrade in its credit rating, because already, even as it stands, the money that they're borrowing now is going to be at around a 5% rate, 4.5-5% rate. So it's already more expensive for the government to borrow money, and if the credit rating of the U.S. gets downgraded once again, then it's going to be even more expensive to borrow that money. Because remember, this is all going to be debt, so they have to pay interest on it. And I can't see even Biden being stupid enough to let that happen.
I have no doubt that they're going to raise it at all. I'm just saying that they are going to put on a little shit show for everybody, and dog and pony show this thing around in circles, and stoke some fires, and it's just like, oh my god.
Okay, so they're gonna what? Like they're gonna cause a panic? Like that's their end goal?
No, they're just posturing, and it'll happen.
Yeah, it's big.
There's like Jerome Powell said, there's no other way. It's gonna happen, and they're just posturing and obviously trying to get the best negotiating leverage that they can get. But like I mentioned before, up until now, every time that the White House has put out a statement regarding the debt ceiling, they've always said they're not going to negotiate. They don't want to negotiate on spending or anything like that. They want their budget to be passed as is. And this morning, when the news reported the latest statements from the White House, it seemed a lot more conciliatory and indicated a willingness to negotiate on some of the spending that's going to be cut out of it. And they still have a little bit of time, but Biden is cutting his trip to Asia short so he can come back and get the job done.
I mean, but you think a decision is going to be reached by today, but just like later in the day, like after?
No, not at all. I think a decision is going to be reached by June 1st. It's definitely not going to be today.
Sorry, yeah, June 1st. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, June 1st, I think or May 31st. There'll be a last minute agreement. I don't think they're going to drag this out through the summer. Last time this happened, they dragged it out through the summer, and they had continuing resolutions, what they referred to as continuing resolutions, like for 30 days. Like they agreed to certain things that allowed the government to have a budget for 30 days, and they kept doing that. And it was a real pain in the ass because I was actually working on a government-funded research project at the time. And you don't know how much effort you should put into something if you don't know if it's going to even happen. And it was just a big pain in the ass. So I mean, like I said, I don't even think Biden is stupid enough to have a repeat of what happened under Obama.
I gotcha.
Yeah. I remember it pretty well. It is annoying. Basically, they will make federal workers work without pay before they work without pay.
Well, the crazy thing was that like the workers get furloughed. Some of them get furloughed only like if it does happen. The last time it happened, basically the most critical parts of the government. Obviously, the Secret Service, the Treasury, the Federal Reserve, not the Federal Reserve, the Treasury, the critical parts of the U.S. government continued operating. All the other people were furloughed, but their salaries were accruing as back pay that had to be paid back once the budget was approved. Not only that, but for some of the contracts that the government has, like for renting real estate and some of the other business that they do, if they don't pay it on time, they have to pay penalties. So not only do they have to end up repaying what they originally owed on those payments, but they had to pay penalties on top of it, which cost taxpayers more money. So there's no benefit.
I know what you guys are wondering. What's the ticker? And the answer is DEA. It is a real estate REIT that is 98% owned by the U.S. government. 98% of their tenants are the U.S. government, specifically Veterans Affairs and other veterans organizations. So this REIT will definitely get paid back. First it'll dip, then it'll rip. I know I said it on here like 5 months ago, and I said I'll be bringing it up again in a few months when the debt ceiling's being talked about. Here we are. And now it's time to take a look at DEA, because that's the play over the next few weeks.
Yeah, that may be. That's a good idea, Scald. That may be.
Hell yes. Done.
Jeez, you guys are so political this morning.
Yeah, I don't give a rat's ass about fucking politics.
It's
Well, we're not blaming.
Going on. That's what's going on.
We're not blaming parties or people. We're just, it's the overall irresponsible expenditure of the government body. You know.
No, but what you're saying sounds like politics. I don't know how to describe politics, but I know it when I.
Well, we could pretend it's a company. We could pretend it's a company that keeps on spending more money than it makes and keeps on taking out loans.
The U.S. government is America's largest corporation. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's the only one that makes me feel like I'm.
They're a corporation with unlimited monopoly power. That's what it is.
Well, yeah, you can just print.
They're a de facto monopoly.
They're the only company that makes me feel like I'm publicly owned.
Merca. Fuck yeah. That's the whole point.
What is this picture, Leapin?
Sorry, DEA is an actual ticker? Or are you guys just messing with us?
Just explain my Scald.
What was it?
Easterly government properties.
Yep.
Easterly.
That's the ticker. DEA.
We on the east side with it.
They're a REIT that's 98%. 98% of their tenants are the U.S. government. They're called the Easterly Government Properties Group. Yeah, DEA is the ticker. Pretty dope. Take a look at these guys.
Can you explain though how it works? Is it like apartments that are in that? I don't understand how it works.
No, they own.
Do they?
That basically what happens is like the government says we want to put like a Veteran Affairs building here in this county, and Easterly Property Group goes, great, we'll build the building for you, and then you can rent it from us. And then the government's like, that's one hell of a deal, and then they proceed to do that.
Which department? You mean Fed to state? Or do you mean...
I'm talking about that 98% of their tenancy is various U.S. governments, mostly federal tenancy, Veteran Affairs.
Okay, so who's
Yeah.
living in these things? Veterans?
No one's living in them. They're like corporate buildings and office space and stuff like that.
Holy
That's
shit,
rented
it's
to the government.
commercial?
Yeah.
Okay. Dude, this is a good find, man. I'm liking this.
Yeah, so these guys have been in my back pocket for a couple months, and I'm like, when the discussion about the shutdown heats up, which I feel like it's starting to heat up, it's going to be time to whip this thing out. And I think we're there. So if we go into even a small government shutdown of some type, this thing is going to, it's going to dip, and then it's going to rip, right? Just like Human Genome was talking about, how they have to pay back with penalties. The only problem I've heard with this thesis is that they might be getting paid out of some sort of government grant program. And then the grants may still pay out normally, even if the government shuts down. That was brought up by Noah Elderberry. And I haven't been able to confirm exactly how the payments are made from the U.S. government to Easterly Properties Group. So I don't have an answer for you guys on that one.
Why wouldn't they pick Westerly? The West.
Because DEA sounds better.
Yeah, it does. That's wild.
Well, markets are open, guys. I'm out.
Yep.
Disney puts already printed this morning.
Yeah, it looks like the news is out. Bud Light, by the way, has not had a green day in seven trading days. I've been counting.
Hope it lasts for 7 years. Anyone
After my
tweeting?
puts expire, they have my permission to go back up.
GameStop pumping? Not much. Pump right at open. Spies red.
It's actually, I talk a lot of shit on Disney. It's been a while since I actually looked at the chart and the price, and they are all the way down to $93.12 right now. Holy shit, man! Holy shit!
Looks like a buy.
It does. If you knew,
Don't fall for the trap.
If you didn't know what was going on in the background.
Yeah. Just from
there's
the
there's a small rumor out there that Bob Iger was involved with FTX, and and they had some kind of exposed risk that hasn't been illuminated yet.
Hmm.
Anyone bullish cruise lines?
We could be seeing GameStop climb right now.
Yeah, pumped right at open.
You're cutting out, man. I don't hear anything. Someone talking.
Yeah, just the whole travel stocks. I saw a lot of call activity on CCL, Carnival Cruise Line.
All right. Yeah, ever since I got the swine flu, like back when that was a thing, I fucking hate cruises.
Yeah, I personally won't go on a cruise, but travel stocks I've been looking at just because of the whole everyone getting out of there and finally enjoying themselves after COVID. And for some reason, people like cruises.
Yeah, I don't know. There's so many other things you could do. Like instead
One
of
of the guys on here, Alexander, said he was on an Alaskan cruise recently, and he said it was his cruise ship was packed, and all the other cruise ships that he saw was packed.
It's nuts. It's nuts out of Vancouver. Nuts. Like fucking crazy. I've never seen it like this in my life.
Yeah, like, do I want to be?
Come on.
Yeah, like they could have all the cool amenities you want, but like there's gonna be a shit ton of people there.
Yeah, but it's just what it's gonna go to. Like it comes into harbor, right? All those people staying at hotels. All those people using fucking blah 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 blah. Oh, just fucking on and on and on and on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's other cruise lines or different times of year that people go that they could get lucky, but you know, overall,
Those are all Carnival going out of Vancouver. All Carnival.
okay.
They rock. They fucking rock the shit. But like, it's not just a party line like everybody fucking tends to fucking say. And I really like to reiterate it. Go do your fucking due diligence.
Just push me off the boat if I'm on one.
Well, Alaska's nice though.
Alaska is amazing. There's nothing wrong with it, and it sucks that you have to ride a boat just to get around, like most of the places.
Yeah, it does. But
yeah, it's just too touristy.
Denali is like one of nature's like just gorgeous.
Juneau. The only way to get into Juneau is by plane, by boat, or by birth canal.
I think I went in that harbor.
I'll take option 3, Alex.
But there's something about the cuisine there too. Like you can get all 4 seasons of salmon in one catch. It's amazing.
Yeah, well, it's better than all the runs that we get over off of Vancouver Island. Anyway, it's got a BC here. I'll tell you. better fish. Pretty neat though.
I just don't want to be in a steel trap in the middle of the water with a bunch of sick old people. That's not the way to go.
Yeah, they should have crab traps on the side, just in case you need them.
I don't know if you guys have been looking at Google, but Google right now Google right now is just on the verge of possibly breaking out to the upside of this real rough resistance line.
Yeah.
From April to August.
I've been trading Google.
They literally bounced off about 120 to 121 pre-market.
Yeah, I was buying Google around a little bit over 100, but mainly options.
Just 122. No.
Google, the stock. I don't know if you guys have been tracking the stock AI.
Oh yeah.
C3 AI. Yeah. So all the AI related.
Right. Right.
Like C3 AI alone is up like 34% in the past week.
Damn.
And it's really within the past, few days.
33%. Huh.
Yeah, anytime I have an alert set up where anytime it goes under $20, it's a buy. But it seems like it's a buy area for everyone else, so it rips as soon as it hits right below 20.
Right.
Which is kind of annoying.
Is there an ETF yet for AI?
Yeah, I think there's a bunch.
I don't know, but C3 AI, they took the ticker AI.
I can look it up. I know what the. Hold on. Some of the fintech companies already have this figured out.
The play for me is AI ETFs, and I'll tell you why. Because we are going to get into an arms race of AI. There's going to be an AI to do
Let
this.
us figure it out. Okay.
There's going to be an AI to detect an AI to do this, or an AI detection that an AI made this art using this AI can detect if it's AI art.
What if the robots can't agree on who's the best company?
Well, like I said, it's just going to be an arms race, and I don't want to fucking deal with it every day. So it'd be best to just get into an ETF and let some freaking nerd handle that shit for us.
So somebody put in the chat the ticker WTAI as the ETF for AI. It's weird.
So the question is do you bet on AIs for generative AIs, or do you bet on the AIs that are betting on the generative AIs, which are managed by like advisory, that are actively managed accounts? You know what I mean? Like there's like a bunch of different levels to this. I don't know which rung to invest in. There's ARK FinTech Innovation ETF. There's they're their own thing.
I hate Meta so goddamn much. It makes me fucking sick to my freaking stomach.
Agreed.
Tell us how you really feel.
they're so heavily invested in AI though, so you can't
But
discount
what have
it.
they done? What have they done?
Just
Where
look at where
is-
the money's going. It's just so much into the AI realm that I like. They haven't even released yet fully what they're doing. I don't know
That's
what they're
like
doing.
me. That's like me saying I'm really into cars. Look at where the money's going, and then I have no cars.
But you're investing in the technology for cars, so the cars are coming, right? Like you know that they're coming with something.
No.
Oh, here's
just because they haven't
Four
disclosed
guys
it.
in a fucking garage made ChatGPT.
Yeah.
After millions of dollars of investments, even Elon Musk gave them millions. I mean, we could sit here all day playing back and forth on who's doing what, but I think at the end of the day, Meta is still a big AI play.
Bro, at the end of the day, they don't have any product.
Their platform
Weird.
alone does, right? Like,
The product is that they're just better than everyone.
yeah, I mean, they're gonna try to tie a parallel world with Meta and AI. I mean,
Google
Is that okay? What does that look like?
what does the world with Meta and AI look like? I mean, similar to what Disney was trying to do, which was shit. Which is why I don't like the Meta play with actual Meta stock.
I don't know what Disney was doing. I know they had something and they shut it down.
Yeah, they're basically trying to bring roller coasters and shit to your house virtually, right?
I mean,
They
yeah,
shut it down.
Elon Musk is trying to bring like a robot C-3PO to your house.
How is this AI related?
Because it learns, like,
Uses the same AI that they use in their cars.
yeah, it's not like yeah, exactly.
So
We're
they-
already starting to use AI as a buzzword, and it's concerning to me. Like it's losing its what?
Oh,
AI
like the word wellness? Like, what the fuck does that mean? Yeah, I see what you're saying. No. Yeah, the definition of it completely devolved just now.
wellness is the pot shop that I buy my weed from.
Wait, who said that? That was really okay. It is dangerous to just be like AI, because there's a bunch of yeah.
I think that's Nelly, dude. That's Nelly. AI.
Oh, that's actually really funny. It's actually. Anyway, I guess I have to Google this myself and look it up. How Facebook is getting, or Meta is going to utilize AI.
Right, because
Yeah,
a chat box is one thing, but like a chat to voice to a neural network is a whole other thing, where it's able to think freely and like invent tasks that you didn't even think about. That's different. Like and like what is it basing that off of? Like some data set that it's been collecting for years and years, but like how is that like individualized to one person or one demographic or whatever priorities you put in?
Who do you think has a better data set? Meta, Google, or Microsoft?
Google probably.
Google for commercial, maybe Microsoft for private sector.
And then Meta did it for Reels and shit, right? Like their TikTok.
Why would you? I would say Meta because Meta is privy to all of Google's set.
It's privy to the majority of the public. Yeah. I guess they have the volume.
Meta, if it goes into the user content, which I'm sure they're allowed to because that.
Right. If your answer is other than Google, think about what Google does. They literally index the internet.
Yeah.
That's my gut reaction, but how do you?
It's literally Google, but yeah.
Nah.
Ask yourself who has the best large language model that's public facing right now. Name 3 companies. Like between those 3 companies, who has the best model that's public facing?
It's DuckDuckGo, hands down. Thank you.
I mean, there's one thing to have. There's one thing about having access to the internet, and that's a well and good. But Facebook,
You got to answer the question.
I don't. Hold on. Just let me. I don't know. I don't know the answer. But Facebook, the way that you can model it is more efficient because you actually have conversations between people in sort of like a forum dialogue of the way
That's
that people
interesting.
the
What
way
if?
people actually talk.
Yeah.
And you can parse that information way easier than you can just vomit on websites. And it's not like Meta can't go into these fucking go into popular websites and how much of the internet do you actually fucking use? 5 apps on your phone? You know? The occasional website outside of Google's top results.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's been a while since I've had to Google something. Like, you remember the early days of Google where you'd have 10 O's and you look through 7 pages and you finally get an answer. Now it's no, it's number 3 or 4 or 5 and that's it. Like that.
Bro, I remember the internet when WhiteHouse.com was a porn website.
Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. With your Pentium 2 processor.
I remember when Australia.com was a porn website. Before the
6K dial-up.
Yeah.
Actually, I remember a world without internet.
Yeah.
You guys remember?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember when Reddit had only one sub called Reddit? It's true.
Is that real? No, I don't
Yeah,
know
actually, so I joined Reddit 14 years ago, and there was no there weren't any subs. It was just one streaming feed of nonsense, and eventually they realized that people wanted to split it out into other topics.
Wow. Okay, guys, look at BOTZ. What the hell? What? Oh, that's the one AI ETF I could find.
Did you see the list I posted earlier? There was 10 of them.
Oh, good shit.
I'll grab it again. Hold on.
Oh wait, here the AI. Yeah. I can bump. Nope. That is a different link. Yeah, Bond. Oh yeah, Robo. And it's really on the nose. Okay.
Oh, somebody else already copied it.
That was me. Same here.
Oh yeah, I didn't even realize.
Don't worry, we're looking.
Look at Pac West this morning. Whew.
Oh man.
Michael Burry and Warren Buffett. Bank stocks pumping.
Oh, there you go. Bots just jumped a little bit, barely.
Up 10%, almost 10% this morning.
How's Wall doing? Probably up too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they both had hell of a week. Capital One. Not as good.
So PacWest just needs this to happen 10 more times and we'll be back on top, baby. Exponentially.
But so you think Meta has the best model public facing right now?
If you wouldn't include the public
Interesting when you
facing,
brought that up. I feel like what we were getting at was that Meta had like the day-to-day conversation data, or the like the human like the social interaction, but Google had all of like the curious like queries, or like more individual based like line of thinking, in terms of like, I don't know, I guess a creative process. You're right, because like when you're trying to look up something or find a way to, or ask the right questions, you're just kind of like you're sweating it out, like, okay, what do I need to search, or how do I need to search it differently? Whereas like, versus you're just like, trolling or shitting on someone's argument.
As far as the model goes, I'm sure Google has a better one. They have the engineers, they have the product.
Well, not their. I'm talking about like facing large language models. Like, you guys have used ChatGPT, and if you haven't used Bard, you should compare those two. GPT-4 versus GPT 3.5 versus Bard, they initially rolled out, versus what is free to use right now. They're completely different. Like Bard, for example, can query live web pages right now, check like real-time information right now, but it hallucinates much worse. What's that?
ChatGPT announced last week that they just went into, just left beta, and now they're in alpha testing of being able to search websites. So there you go. But this does bring me to my
saying in terms of things you can use right now. Meta doesn't have something that's public facing that people can use easily, but compared to GPT-4 and Bard, Meta's actual large language model, and it gets tested on super complex like quizzes. It initially performed better than the other models, but the whole point is that Google has the data because it indexes Meta and Microsoft's data, right? But the specificity of Meta's data allows it to basically prevent Microsoft and Google from using it, and each company has that. It's like data is proprietary, so no other company can use it. Google is in the unique position of having existed and solely existed to index the web for a long time. So I think that Bard is one of the worst public-facing models because Google's actual power is so big that they can't actually release what they want to. I think that Microsoft and Sam Altman are in the same position, which is why he's in DC trying to basically get the legislation in place to prevent this thing becoming basically the three models have already interfaced and they understand what the other models can do to prevent collapse of technological systems being overrun by large language models. So they already know codes to shut down and blow up servers. They already know how each other's models works. They already know that they can't make certain features publish. The people that have done this can't talk about it. They've all signed NDAs, but it's gotten to the point where if everybody knows and nobody knows because they've all signed NDAs, then the only thing we're really waiting on is who can create a revenue model around it. And I think that Google is in a better position just because they already have cloud. So
You're
they'll
wrong.
just make you
could
pay
be more
$2 a
wrong.
month for cloud storage.
You could not be more wrong.
Hold on.
If you change your qualifier from public facing to most impactful AI, it's Tesla.
Oh my God!
By far.
Yeah, but that wasn't
By
in
far.
the three. has to be
It's not.
between
That's
Meta,
because, that's
Microsoft,
because
and
the
Google.
media. I know, but that's because the media is focusing on it. But in terms of impactful AI in the next 2 or 3 years, it's by far Tesla.
That's a good
By
point.
far.
But we're talking about large language
4 or 5
models.
to 10 years, but yeah.
The reason being is that, like what they're doing with their autonomous vehicles, the full self-driving is going to, like what Elon says, and again, this is one of the things that, because the media was focused on bullshit instead of the important facts of the presentation. Full self-driving is going to facilitate the greatest shift in asset value in the history of mankind, because of the AI that's in the full self-driving. Because basically what it's going to do is it's going to triple or quadruple the value of an automobile, simply because of the software that's installed on it, which is the Tesla AI software. And in terms of impact, that's going to economic impact. It's going to have a bigger impact than Google, Microsoft, or OpenAI in terms of the economic impact, and it's happening within the next 2 to 3 years. If you have any questions, watch the shareholder presentation.
It was
during
it's
Tesla's annual
really,
shareholder meeting.
it's really interesting. I thought it was I don't know. I don't want to say illuminating, but definitely the freshest perspective on what it actually means to kind of revolutionize something that initially would depreciate the moment outside the parking lot, and now it's gonna increase in value. Like, it's just such a different company. I don't know how you go from nothing to number 4 car company in 15 years.
This goes back to my first point, which is it'll be better to get into an AI ETF that handles all of this stuff for you, because we will never be able to keep up with all this shit.
Good point. I agree.
And I've been saying that for a while.
I mean, just to give the people that haven't watched the annual shareholder meeting an idea, a quick explanation is that right now you're using about 10% of the value of your car, right? You drive the car to work a couple of hours and you use maybe 10, 15 hours of your car a week. The rest of the time, that asset is sitting there being underutilized, either in a parking lot at work, at the mall, or in your home, in the garage in the home. With full self-driving, what you can do is you can put that car to work. If you double the amount of time that the car is performing, then you're doubling the economic value of that car. So you could literally have, with the full self-driving, you could have the car drop the kids off at school, come back and get the parents and drop them off at work, and then go take the cousins to play ball somewhere.
Or drop off grandma at the airport, or
or take grandma to the doctor. Correct. Take grandma to the doctor. That's even more important. Take her to her medical appointments. And you're quadrupling the value of that vehicle because you're utilizing that asset more, which increases the value of that car. So that's what he means by the biggest change in asset value, transformation in asset value of an item in the history of mankind. Because basically, full self-driving enables quadrupling the value that the car provides to you.
And the value only goes up with each software update. It's nuts.
Well, that's not necessarily true, but I think he was more talking about the revenue sharing of being able to lease it out. I mean, yeah, it's nice, personally, to be able to have a car that drives people around and you utilize more time. But more so, he's talking about leasing out the car to other people when you're at work, creating a revenue stream, and then Tesla keeps 50% of it or whatever. And then at that point, you just want to buy a Tesla and buy the stock so that you can keep some of your revenue share, right?
When I have my AI girlfriend in the car of Tesla, I don't want her modeled off of Tesla or Google search results. I want her modeled off of Facebook, because that's where all the actual human interaction is coming from.
Yeah, Twitter is also some of the best exchanges between.
Twitter's got a character limit.
It just
Although
makes,
maybe that'd be good because women.
Subscribe to Twitter, you don't have a character limit. The character limit gets enhanced much larger. You have a much larger character limit if you get the blue check mark. Just saying.
I kind of want my AI girlfriend to have a character limit, if you know what I'm saying.
Can you imagine Tesla rolls out their revenue sharing for leasing out your car like before everybody else, and then just everybody starts buying Teslas just to make money off of them and shit? It creates a crazy bubble, the Tesla bubble.
That sounds more like an eventual truth than it does like a wild thought, honestly.
Oh yeah, excuse my delivery if made it sound like a wild thought.
No, it's all right. Yeah.
If you guys want a really easy stock to swing trade, a Toyota is super easy to swing trade.
Do tell. How do you do it? Or what are you looking for in terms of the entry and exit points?
So I just look at the standard deviations, and it's like a 1% and a 2%, up and down, both ways, and then I'll look kind of where it's at for the trading range for the year. I mean, for the past year, it's bottomed at 134 and it's topped around 142, super consistently. And so I'll enter, anytime it's below 137, and exit above that.
Nice. You're totally right. I'm looking at the 1-year chart. That looks really good. Thank you.
Yeah, it just follows. I don't use moving averages on it. I'll use standard deviation lines, and just follow that. And then, you can obviously watch the capital flows in and out of it. And it kind of gaps. It's a little gappy. You can see it gaps up, like, on opens and closes. But I don't know, dude. The Japanese know what they're doing when it comes to this fiat money system and running their stocks. Everything. Their shit is super predictable. Another cool thing about Toyota is they're developing like a hydrogen combustion engine right now. They have that Toyota Mirai thing, but I think that's dead in the water. But they are kind of pivoting to building out this hydrogen combustion, which looks pretty cool.
What's the Mirai? Is that hydrogen one?
All MRIs are hydrogen ones.
Yeah, the Mirais use a hydrogen cell to create power and then use electric motors. So they're kind of ditching that and going with this hydrogen combustion idea and just straight up burning the hydrogen, eliminating that extra step. So hydrogen has like a higher, I don't know, energy capacity, or one of the highest, I guess.
Is that the ones that they're testing out in Cali right now?
I don't know where they're testing it, but yeah, probably.
I thought I'd seen somebody. I thought I watched like a thing on YouTube where he was testing out one. It was like a blue one, like an SUV kind of, almost like an SUV, kind of more like Subaru, kind of like Outback. Kind of neat, if that's what it is. Because he went to the station, but damn, does it take a long time to fill those fucking things.
Well, yeah, nothing like straight diesel, obviously, but I think I'm sure they're just gonna get, those superchargers are just gonna get better.
Yeah, pretty neat though, I have to say. Like my buddies, my buddies worked at the Ballard plant before, out in Burnaby, and it's just wild when he's in there, like, just all the all the machinery and stuff that they use in there. That's all running off of all of that.
Yeah, I mean, it was just I can't like, and then you see the Gigafactory in Nevada is like fucking massive.
Yeah, it is. There's a guy we know one guy that works down that one.
So for the hydrogen vehicles, are they actually like combusting the hydrogen, like burning the hydrogen, or are they passing it through like a PEM membrane to convert it to electricity?
No, the Mirai converts it to electricity. The new model you can look up, they're building a combustion hydrogen motor. So they're literally going to throw a tank in. You drive up to the hydrogen station. They're already planning on building all these stations in Japan. They're working on it already, I guess. So it is. And then you just, throw in the hydrogen can and it combusts the hydrogen. So I guess
What
the
material are they
only
using for the engines? I wonder, because when you, for example, when you
yeah, it's a
burn
high
hydrogen,
temperature. Yeah.
when you burn hydrogen and you burn it with steel, the steel becomes extremely brittle, right? Like you can't weld with hydrogen because it makes the steel brittle. So I'm just
Yeah, I don't know if
curious
they're
what
using
kind of
ceramic heads or what they're using.
yeah.
I don't know if ceramic would even work, but yeah, not sure. BMW made one. BMW 7 Hydrogen. They made one in like, I don't know, maybe 2009 to like 12 or something, or they only made like 10 of them or some shit. But you can make a hydrogen combustion motor, no problem. It's just the problem of the infrastructure for the fueling stations. But if the infrastructure gets built out, then hydrogen cars are like crazy. They can get hella far range, like 1,000 miles or some crazy shit. And um, the only waste is like water. So yeah.
Is it explosive? Like when it gets in an accident?
Yeah, it's dangerous, like storing the hydrogen because it's at high pressure and it's in canisters and stuff. So that's the risk. Is the insurance is going to be expensive for those stations, but yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking like The Simpsons. Like if you love propane vehicles, you'll love hydrogen.
The Simpsons are always right.
I mean, we already use gasoline and the fumes are flammable, so I feel it's like we're not too far off.
If they can create a hydrogen fuel that is non-explosive when it's in storage, and then until it is burnt, then that might be fine.
It's called water. So you can store hydrogen
Yeah,
as
you can have
water and then make it on site so that it's just what you need for the day.
Yeah, the guy made a buggy with one back in the day, and he created an electrolysis design that was super efficient, and he ran the car completely on water. He had the ignition and everything figured out, everything down to the science, and then he mysteriously got poisoned when he talked to some investors about it.
Yeah, he's one in a long, long line of people. There's a guy who made a plasma battery. He died mysteriously. Another guy made a plasma battery. It threatens the military industrial complex.
And big oil too, like battery technology and fuel technology. You can't mess with oil. I think it was the Saudis that took the other guy out because I think he met with like some Saudi or Middle Eastern investors at a diner, and then they poisoned him, and he ran out and collapsed and died in the parking lot. I forgot what his name was, but they had this nice like buggy, like a VW buggy, I think, converted to complete hydrogen. And the way his system was with the plates, I think it was circular. No, it was tubular. He had a bunch of tubes. The creates the hydrogen, performs electrolysis, finish it with low voltage modulated. He had like some kind of step up modulator to create the like a steady voltage, but it was like uh, like a condenser with tubing and a condenser. It looks similar to that, I believe.
Well, if it was, yeah, I don't know. Most likely, it was just a small electrolysis machine that was throttling gas input.
Yeah, he. There's a couple of videos on it. It's like a big cylinder, and it's got, I believe, it has vertical tubes and a bunch of them in a bundle, like a condenser for like a nuclear reactor kind of. But it gives it more surface area to create more electrolysis instead of a flat rectangular plate. There's more surface
I saw
plane.
that. I saw that video.
Yeah, it's pretty. He was a pretty smart guy. I mean, they figured out everything, and the electronic. It was all electronic. The ignition, the system. He had created a hydrogen and fuel injector on demand. Like everything was in the injector instead of having it like separate. And it's just the way it was modulated. It's like really, really. Or something.
Oh, SoFi is saying it crossed the stochastic with some imaginary line. Okay.
Yeah, SoFi is up 2.2% today so far.
Mm-hmm.
SoFi's going back up.
That reminds me, that video about the guy with the hydrogen buggy. He figured out how to do it so it wasn't explosive. He like with the fuel injector, he created, I think, everything within that. So it was water going to the fuel injector, and then the electrolysis was happening in real time, the direct injection. So he like solved the issue of storage of like hydrogen gas as a fuel as opposed to just straight water.
This does ring a bell.
Yeah, he had it all figured out. Like people were like, "Oh, it blows up," and he's like, "Well, it's just water." And then once it gets into the injector, which is like in the engine block, basically, then it's at a potential to explode because it's on demand electrolysis. So it doesn't overdo it, doesn't underdo it. It's like going from a carburetor to a fuel injector. It stays in a stoic range, like at all times.
And your exhaust is water and oxygen. You're actually just water. That's crazy. No wonder he got killed.
Yeah, and the Saudis, or I don't want to say Saudis, but the Middle Eastern oil barons that met him that day they mysteriously died, they offered him hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to just stop it and give them the technology so they couldn't get released. And then he said, "No, I'm a man of God, and God has sent me on a mission." And he was like real religious and stuff. And then he said the world is going to hell, everything's manipulated, blah blah blah, and like this is going to free everybody in the world. This invention, and he had ideas for power generation stations and everything you could imagine. And they were like, "Nah." Someone could post. I'll try to post it in the chat like in a few minutes. I'll look up the link real quick, but really impressive stuff. And he was just a guy tinkering in his shop in his garage. No, you know, he was
The
living
right
comfortable.
Tony Stark, yeah. That's crazy.
Because if we really focused on battery technology, we would be light years ahead already. But the growth has been stunted. Or as batteries,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, like we could probably have a super efficient gasoline engine. Like I know there's like 2-stroke and 4-stroke, but I think there's like another one with more strokes in it that makes it more efficient. I forget what it's called exactly, but I'm sure there's other ways it can be done, even though it's come a long, long way, technology. But we had electric vehicles 100 years ago, and then in the 1900s, there was a lot of electric trucks and trolleys and everything like that. And then oil came in, and that was over. It might have been in the late 1800s.
Yo, what's up, everybody?
What's going on?
We're doing good, man.
I've been looking into apartment REITs. There is a complex that usually is booked with a waiting list, and they have 25 rooms, well, apartment rentals open right now. Outside the DMV area, a lot of people are switching from rentals to buying because it's pretty much the same price as far as mortgage goes. So I'm going to do some research on things on the East Coast and kind of look into that.
Where in the East Coast?
I'm right outside DC, like Potomac area.
Yeah, but the cost of living is significantly higher. Like the interest rates combined with what your down payment will be. Like, are people really affording the ability to buy versus renting? I don't think so. I think it's getting worse for unless you're rich as shit, of course.
I'll say this: I just bought a house, and my interest rate's 5.9, and it's pretty much the same as renting a 2-bedroom apartment in that outer area of like your Rockville, Bethesda.
Yeah, are you factoring in your HOA, your monthly maintenance, your repair?
No.
How much money you put down?
I have a 3% convention. That's it.
And how did you get that? You former military or?
No, I just don't spend my money like a dickhead.
All right, so you're just the average American that was able to get a 5.9.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, in that scenario, it's not bad. If you get under 6, for sure.
What I'm looking at right now is the fact that this community is always booked with at least 30 people on a wait list, and there's 25 rooms open with no new construction. So I just got to do a little bit more research into what else they own, what other properties they own. But that's where I'm going to start looking.
So, wait. So you're saying buying is more affordable?
I think he's saying it's about the same.
Which
I'm
is
saying
why
it's pretty much the exact same. Rent has gone up 18% this year alone
on
some places. So a 2-bedroom apartment is pretty much the same as a $400,000 mortgage, depending on your interest. It's pretty close. So I know a lot of my friends are getting out of rentals. I know a lot of other people are looking at buying instead of renting just to have long-term value in something. But I'm just shocked that this place has 25 apartments open when it's like right in the middle of downtown and it's fully booked with a bunch of backlogs.
I love my real estate, and I can say the same thing about a lot of the newer constructions, like circa like just pre-COVID to even during COVID. There are plenty of places open, and people are moving out within like renters are moving out within 2 years because they're no longer getting that discount rate from COVID because everything's just skyrocketed. And it's like systemic. No one's gonna want to rent for a while. I mean, now would be the perfect time to buy, honestly, because then you'd have the time to do any renovations and get things in order and make sure that you can. If someone's gonna rent, you're gonna at least break even like 6 months after you purchase the property. But yeah, it's weird. It's like nothing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, as the interest rates continue climbing, what you are starting to see is a ceiling for what a house goes for, right? Like, let's say during 2020 when the interest rates were low, the ceiling, was significantly higher or whatnot because you could afford more. Now the ceiling is somewhere in that 700K max. So anything over that, you really have to have, that house that's move-in ready or whatnot. It has to be basically like pristine and worth it. Otherwise, people are like, it's not worth that extra.
Absolutely, it has to be like.
So if you're talking apartments, though, like, yeah, you do have to be cognizant of the HOAs because that's really the biggest pain of it. And then if you want to rent it out, you also have to be cognizant of the HOAs because a lot of them do not allow, and even townhomes don't allow Airbnbs and so forth. So if you're looking for an investment property, that's separate. If you're looking for just your where to live, renting has gone up significantly, and you still have to be you still have to go through an application process and beat everyone else that's renting because there's a ton of renters out there. And I don't trash people for being in the rental like piece. Like if you can't afford and you choose to rent, by all means, there's a lot less hassle, right? Your washer breaks or anything breaks down, you're just calling the landlord. So you're not dealing with any of those out-of-pocket expenses that others have to deal with. You're not putting anything. Well, you'll probably have to put some deposit down that you might get once you leave and move out, right? And you're kind of also at the mercy of the landlords if they decide to sell or increase. You're kind of
Not just the landlord,
you got a gun to your head.
yeah, yeah. I mean, you
and
got
the HOAs increased too, right?
I had a freaking 12.5% hike in my HOA fees. It was like, where the fuck did this come from? Oh, some douchebag didn't pay, is $100K in debt, and he's not paying his HOA fees. And like, oh, well, you just tanked the whole like value of like the entire building.
Yeah, that's why I say if you want to go for an investment property or somewhere to buy where others want to rent first thing, and then the second piece, of course, is like make sure that you try to buy a single family home if you can, townhouse if you can't, and then like bought condos before and flipped them, but like it's just not much money in it because you have a kind of a lower class buying like the apartments, not like your high end luxury condos and stuff. I'm talking about just your average 3-level maybe garden style type apartment. Like there's not much money in it because the HOAs like is kind of dwindling your profits significantly. So
Yep.
Yeah, but that's what I'll be looking into this afternoon. So I'll look at some.
Oil's up 6.8%.
Boyle. Hell yeah, 7% rip.
7.11%. I told you.
All the apes. Boyle apes. Yeah, this thing's been sitting at a low for a while. Are you trading options on it, Slut? Or just shares?
I got both.
Nice.
I need Boyle 100%. We'll get there.
Spy calls are ripping. Holy shit, a ton of spy calls are coming in.
Trent.
What's up, Moo?
What's the damn deal, bro?
What's up, buddy?
Bro, that fucking FOMO's paying off.
Amazon.
Amazon, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, the same
I gotta be careful what I tell you because I'm like, you just buy it. But yeah, the Amazon play was good.
Yeah, bro, it's still going up.
Still holding the originals. When did you sell that?
No, the original. Remember when it pumped up? Remember I dipped out like at what did it top out at 22, and I think I tapped out like at fucking 18, I believe, or 19.
I wonder what it's at now.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
you
I made some pretty good fucking money on there, dude. I had like I think like 200 in calls, and we bought them like at fucking what 11 cents,
Yeah.
and I had like fucking 200 calls. So it was a good fucking run on that one. And then when you told me about Amazon ripping, I didn't even fucking know, and then I just looked real quick, and I was like, oh shit, 3 cents, 3 cents for the same fucking calls. I was like, yo, fuck it, I'm just gonna. I think I only had like fucking 15 in buying power, so I bought 5. That's all I could fucking get.
Yeah,
But shit,
dude. I've just been, with Amazon how low it's been, and of course, I have like the RSUs with Amazon, so I track it quite frequently. And when it goes on a tear, it goes on a tear. But it's
yeah,
usually like a small portion of the year. So like let's say right now it's the beginning of the run. Like it just lasts till whenever it ends, and then it just doesn't do anything for the rest of the year.
yeah,
So if May's the month it runs, by all means, or first quarter to now or whatever, then that's it for it. But let that shit ride. I think. When is your expiration? June, you said?
16th of June.
Yeah, I mean, you keep seeing what happens.
Yeah, honestly, I might. Fuck, I don't know. Not today, obviously. I feel like tomorrow I might dip out of it. I don't know. I feel like shit's gonna start fucking correcting itself after this week because this week was a badass run.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna roll some fucking calls today on. So I got ballsy. So I got fucking puts on VLY right for $6 puts for fucking the
Was that
16th of
Hardy's
June.
plan?
No, this was some guy that pointed it out. He said he has a buddy that works there,
Oh, okay.
and it was fucking dipping, bro, like bad. So I got puts on that for June, and then it's like at fucking 750 now, bro. So like, what the? I was bitching when it was at 695. Now it's at 750. So I was like, oh, it's definitely gonna go down. So I bought fucking $7 calls for tomorrow, but I think I'm gonna roll those just to be safe to the 16th as well.
Hell yeah.
So I mean, because honestly, that's a safe play. I mean,
Did
yeah,
you
I
get out
know.
of Blackberry?
No, bro. I think it's
Dude,
already
it
at
had a
what?
rip.
Yeah, I set it at 4 though to break even, but I'm thinking about just setting at 3
Should
and
have
just
gotten
take
out
it.
of this morning's pump.
Yeah, I probably set it at 3, so I can try to be out hopefully by tomorrow. But if
Dude,
not, I mean,
I bought some BlackBerry calls this morning. I bought $6 calls, and as soon as it got filled, it fucking turns down.
yeah. Wait, would you get to expire tomorrow?
Yeah,
Oh shit!
that was my YOLO play.
Well, the news is out. Why Boyle is up 8%. Looks like the storage report came out. I'm going to share some graphs right here.
Someone put a picture. Okay. Oh damn, those look good.
Calls on Costco.
get those charts. But
Damn, Amazon too? Alright.
Someone give me a price target for Amazon. I need to figure out when to sell.
130.
130 to 140. I was looking. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna go back to 2. I mean, at least not
Oh,
now.
no, not now. Not after November. Not yet.
Yeah.
Dr. Pepper just hit a 52-week low. KDP. Big puts. The whole week.
Bro, I'm glad to know it's not just me. All week I felt like it was like one day ahead of what it actually was.
Yeah. I was also thinking I was one day behind too, so it's been fucked.
Nah, bro, yesterday felt like Friday for sure. It was weird.
The weather's getting nicer, man. Dude, I thought I put my AC on crank, but I checked it and it was just freezing outside.
I wish, bro. I mean, look at it's already probably fucking 90 degrees here and it's not even noon yet.
Yeah, it was like 40 degrees earlier. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, bro. It says it's gonna rain today and it's still got a high at 91.
Puts on HVAC. All the HVAC people in my area are getting crushed right now.
I bet, bro. No, it starts getting cold. People want to know where the heat's at.
But no AC, no heat. Everyone's just keeping windows open or closed. No need for any of it right now.
Yep.
So I found the language I was looking for here. in the Disney lawsuit. It's not clear if they're suing Bob Chapek specifically or not, but anyways, it says the third point. Disney has made platform distribution decisions based not on customer preference, consumer behavior, or the desire to maximize the size of the audience for the content as represented, but based on the desire to hide the full cost of building Disney Plus's content library.
That's illegal, or
it's pretty shitty. But all I can think of when I read that is gay dinosaurs. Know what I mean, Genome?
Hey man, child abuse is child abuse. I have nothing against LGBT or anything like that. I have many friends and stuff like that. Get hit on by guys and women all the time because I'm just a sexy motherfucker. But kids don't need to be exposed to that stuff.
what?
7, 8, 9,
referring?
7, 8, 9, 10, 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old kids don't need to be exposed to that kind of stuff. They can make that decision when they get old enough. It's just
Oh my
as a
god,
parent
I'm a homosexual.
with nieces and
That is
nephews.
offensive.
It's like,
That is offensive. I'm a homosexual. That is offensive.
Yes, Moo is our token gay
don't be
child.
offended, man. I love you. I love you, dudes.
I also love that. What's the issue?
Liberal propaganda is the issue.
What was what movie are you guys even talking about?
Gay dinosaurs.
Oh yeah, yeah. 'Cause that's
Bro, I
that's-
could not keep that voice, bug.
You and Gino have had to trigger us.
Well, I'm glad to know I'm not the only one, bro. I was like, fuck that. I wouldn't buy calls or put on fucking Disney. Fuck them.
Yeah. I won't make money either way or lose money either way. Fuck them.
Well, like
I'll take them.
they are just not running their company well. Okay, and to talk about some bottom line numbers, 4 million expected user increase or subscriber increase was met with a 4 million user loss.
yeah.
So, and then there's a rumor that John Favreau is out of content creator lineup.
Oh, then there's
He's the one who made The Mandalorian, which is their flagship show, which is the only reason why people even subscribe to Disney Plus.
in the first.
Yeah, and they basically forced him to contractually be obligated to make a third Mandalorian season, but they creatively railroaded and controlled the whole thing. And there's a rumor that he's out, and if that's true, dude, I'm telling you, Disney just cannot stop fucking up, and they just can't stop it. They just can't help themselves.
I will
They
wait,
have to
I will
keep
wait
on.
until Dave Filoni fails before I give up on Disney.
Well, I'm hoping Dave Filoni actually gets approval for his Ahsoka show, and then they have a few other. They have a few other in the pipeline that haven't actually been greenlit, but they are being advertised as if they are. And Disney has cut down its budget significantly for new production, so it's going to be. Dude, they're hurting, and I think everybody who is watching their content can see that. And right now, Indiana Jones 5 is millions of dollars underwater. It's been delayed since pre-COVID. It's and the amount of reshoots that it's had to do is why it's being delayed now. And exit reviews of the movie are saying that it's trash. And they've got they have a budgeted amount of $700 to $800 million box office income, and if it doesn't meet that, then they're in even more trouble. And it's like what Skull was saying this like the other day, but I I couldn't talk, but I was like listening, and I was just cracking up. He's like, yeah, by like the third, by like the third wave of layoffs, you realize that like this isn't bullish anymore. This is a dying company now, and it's like, yeah, exactly. It's bullish the first time there's layoffs, especially after a project is completed and you're going to operations. You're getting out of the project management side of it. The project's closed out. That's bullish. But what's happening here is literally the downsizing of a company that is planning on reducing its revenue because of the purpose that it cannot support such an inflated gross system with its like the output it can't keep up, doesn't pay the bills.
I mean, they also fucked up Marvel, right? Like they did anyone care after Endgame? No. I mean, I heard Guardians, but like
I wouldn't call making the highest grossing film of all time fucking up, but
no, I'd say after the fact, they peaked, and they didn't.
well, I mean it peaked and they should have stopped, yeah, but the films still didn't the ones after Endgame still make money?
I honestly don't know.
What about their Disney parks, right? Like, they still are increasing.
Yeah, no, the parks will always
They're
make
still increasing gas count.
Well, even now, okay, so like with the parks and cruises are the only thing propping this fucking stock up, and then they go and fuck that up, and so now they're getting sued. They got in a lawsuit with DeSantis over like so maybe someone else can explain it better than me, but from what I understand, it's just a childish back and forth bullshit thing where Disney thinks that they're the fucking Vatican and they deserve special treatment when really they are just a fucking theme park and they need to pay taxes like everybody else.
Local or Orlando resident here, I'll take this one.
Yes, please, Josh. Because I don't think it's impacting them in any capacity right now.
No, Disney is not feeling this shit at all. At least not publicly. I mean, basically what happened is Florida did the whole like don't say gay thing where you don't talk about sex in schools, basically. Disney freaked out, and then DeSantis is basically bashing them with a hammer for freaking out on them. So what happened is in the 60s when Disney was like building up, they got an exclusionary like tax zone or whatever. So basically they operated that portion of Florida as their own entity. They paid for fire, water, utilities, all the different things. So DeSantis took that away, and now there's this big lawsuit about whether or not that was fair. Personally, I think it was a violation of like free speech laws and things like that, but that's for the court to decide, really. So basically, in the meantime, Disney continues to operate, paying taxes in that region, but with the presumption that that'll be overturned and it'll go back to how it was. I mean, I agree they should pay taxes. I think it's kind of fucked, but it was operating that way for so long. It wouldn't shock me to see it go back that way.
Right. It's like, why change it now? Like, just political bullshit going on, I think. One strong arming the other. But, corporations
Well,
have
there's that. There's also the increase of ticket prices to the point where it's actually affecting whether or not people get into the park. And then there's also the key holder insult that Chapek did, where he called them like undesirables. So there's other stuff on top of it.
I mean, just since 2020, their free cash flow is gone. They have no growth. They've been negative for the last 2 years. Like I don't know. They just don't look like they're doing well.
Literally, all you have to do is take those old cartoons, put them on a fucking DVD, and sell them.
Yeah.
They keep on making like these live action versions where they just
yeah, and
they're
so
hard to they're
money.
fucking hard to look at, and they're like kind of disgusting in a way. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like
Yeah.
gross.
Yeah.
Aren't so many of the old cartoons in public domain now, though?
So yeah, like Bambi and Fox and the Hound and all those like shows are still there. Like that's all good, but like no one is doing the amount of labor that it took. Like I guess physical labor, or I guess that craft has died. Like Disney, like hand drawn animation is gone. I think, or at least it's not. It's like digitally drawn or whatever.
I just can't wait until they finally get backed into a corner, and they're completely out of money, and they only have one choice left.
Release the mouse.
Where they have to go into the Disney vault, right? And then inside of the Disney vault, there's a second vault, and they have to like take it out of cryostasis, and they have to like type in a special combination, and then they have to like use a voice authenticated password, and they have to like take the actual blood of Walt Disney in order to open up the lock, and then steam is going to come out, and as it clears, you're going to see it's a like an old reel, and it's going to be Songs of the South, and they're going to re-release it.
Oh, jeez.
Isn't Walt Disney cryogenically frozen?
Where's the sacrificing of the mouse in that?
They could literally just make a Mickey movie and just like fix a lot of things. Like it's so easy for them to just keep their brand the same, but they keep wanting to change it, and diversity, equity, inclusion is fucking them up.
It's more of that taking precedence over good storytelling.
Yeah.
And good character development.
And now all the writers are on strike.
And if you don't have that, then you don't have people interested, and then it just crumbles from there. And what's even worse is they're taking older franchises and destroying them. All of George Lucas's shit has been absolutely fucking destroyed. Indiana Jones, Star Wars. I gotta take a phone call.
I think we need George Lucas.
Oil's up 10%, by the way.
Well, who? What?
Oil's up 10%. Told you guys.
Opinion. I'm quite new in here, but I heard a lot of deep conversation. As an insider, I think it's important to know that from what I heard through the bush, don't get this from me. Definitely didn't get this from me, but Disney's apparently making a Mickey Mouse movie part 2, and they called it The Wall, where Mickey and Goofy are Mexicans, and Minnie's an American immigration trooper.
Nice.
Sorry, I had to cheer you guys up. Everyone was very, very serious in here. Hello.
No worries. So let's go. We can be joking.
Trump.
Congratulations, Verb.
Everyone's excited for the Juan and Mickey Goofy
Juan and
adventures.
Mickey Mouse.
Dora the Explorer jumping in the truck and running the border.
Get it straight, bro. It's El Mickey Mouse.
Gonna be a more powerful universe than the Marvel universe.
Supermano. Just Superman Mexican flying with like a fucking like hot sauce cape. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, 23 movie. The director,
no, tiene, Goofy, no tiene.
Damn, Burb, first y'all infest the United States, now the fucking mouth.
The ice worker is gonna be Walt Disney.
Yeah, they made Disney too white. That was their biggest mistake. They should have.
No, in the movie, he's gonna be like your average ice worker, Latino. This is funny, man. What a way to start off after losing like $500-$600 in a position. Just gotta laugh.
Damn, El Mickey Mouse.
El Mickey.
That was good.
So are we sacrificing the mouse?
No, dude, I
Yeah,
will say on the state side of it, like Disney's gonna get whatever they want from the state of Florida because they bring in
Yeah.
so much tax revenue. It's not even funny. Like if you think about where Florida's money comes from, it's tourism and agriculture. So if you cut off one of those legs, it's a real problem.
jobs as well. Dude, Disney's like, I think if I'm not wrong, either the biggest or the second biggest provider of jobs in the Orlando area, and it's the biggest, most populated area of of Florida.
I think Harris or Lockheed might do more, but
Oh, true.
no, it wouldn't shock me.
But it's definitely up there. It's definitely up there. The top 3 employers of Florida has to be.
That and senior homes.
True. And Mickey Mouse's and Goofy's running across the border. That's the 4th one. I'm curious how Disney's going to get affected if DeSantis announces his election campaign. I'm curious about the future of Disney if DeSantis wins the election and steps out of office in Florida.
Hot take: if DeSantis ends up running for president, that's bullish for Disney because that means they can get done with all the bullshit.
Right. It's a cool point.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. The Call, Thunderous, Argus. I feel like what they've done is they've worked smart. They've set alerts, and when alerts come in, as long as you're paying attention, then you'll know when to buy and when to sell or whatever. Right? Like you guys are calling it like when you see it, but if you don't see it, you're not calling it.
Right.
Yeah. What? I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Correct. No, you got it.
Maxie Mouse. My God, that was fucking awesome. Oh.
Mickey Mouse came to America to work with Walt Disney and send his money back home to Minnie.
Mm.
Oh, God.
Murray, see what I typed in?
And Minnie's been cheating with Daffy.
Bro.
No, Minnie's been cheaping with Jorge, the gardener.
What's
the
up?
gardener.
Oh.
Moo, that's so bad, dude.
Mickey out here living the Andrew Tate lifestyle. Got bald, got a haircut, make sure Minnie making money. Minnie back home cheating with the fitness instructor.
Holy fucking twat waffles! What is this fucking degenerate crew doing up here on stage? I was gonna listen. Oh my fucking God! I definitely am stuck.
He's like, dude, I met this guy a couple of days ago, gave him some stock trading advice. Next moment, I know he's in chats with my boys talking about Jorge, Juan, and Mickey.
What the fuck?
Hey, Burbs, you want to see something fucking wild as a Taliban? You want to
What's
know?
up?
I didn't bother opening any accounts today until after open, and the fucking first one I get a fucking $290 or $254,000 fucking federal call on. I got some great stories about this. Hold on, I'll fucking just post it. Fuck it. Anyway, I'm up. I don't know fucking how. This was on a fucking tax advantage $1,200 fucking account yesterday. It's fucking insane. It's fucked up. Anyway, guys, hope y'all are making so much. Watch banking right now is getting a little wild. But
what did you say?
I'm gonna say it's tranny play, guys. Check out Allison, the ticker, definitely on it. Still fucking going forward.
Wait, is that bullish trannies or bearish trannies?
It's bullish trannies and axles. So they have actually a grasp
Trannies
fully
and assholes. You heard it here. What's the ticker?
Anybody who has bought like a very like a $90,000 plus truck probably is very familiar with the company. They tend to make they've had the corner on the heavy duty residential or
Coming
consumer market.
with the ticker.
ALSN, Allison. I wish it was Lola, because if it was Lola in a tranny company, it'd be really funny. But the idea behind this is that their constant expansion through segments and sectors is phenomenal. They actually have they are the go-to with any heavy duty hauling. And 23 Moo probably actually uses some of their equipment. I would bet. But everything from tractors to now several countries' tanks. But they also, in doing this, have developed the largest EV segment for heavy duty and mid duty commercial and industrial usage. And are also going into the space segment now as well. I don't know if you all have heard me talk about rubber shoes before, but basically with non-ICE engines, you come into or non-ICE vehicles in general, you come into much greater weights on all the stress points, and with axles and transmissions, that's a huge thing. And so these guys, being the people that you go to, basically have just I mean, just take a look at the ticker. It's great. As a long solid play to just have going into what's going on with everything else.
Right. It's B. What is it? BDSM. What is it called?
Honorary Balls.
And Alpha Lima Sierra November.
Alpha Lima Sierra November.
Alpha Lima Sierra November. Allison Transmission Holdings.
Skunk. I can't think of anything with the
Nincompoop.
Stuff.
DN. The ticker is DN. You heard him right. These nuts.
DZN.
How are y'all all out on stage?
These Pepsi nuts. DZN.
Dividend. The
That's
financials look solid. The financials look really good on the
Disney
company.
subsidiary.
Bitcoin. I'll grab a picture really quickly of my pour over. It is the like you it is the most opaque thing you can ever see. It is some 5% chicory blended French roast. I import beans, just so you know, but this is not anymore from my old roaster. But it's from a guy that I used back where chicory is a big thing.
Yeah, I'm sure we're talking about coffee. Yeah.
Also, I haven't looked at the other really cool long play with what's going on right now, but I'll check it right now for you guys. I've only made it down 2 things because I've had to eliminate all the fucking debt on that call really quickly from my account. I haven't made it to any single thing. Let me see really quickly. What's going on with the titties?
Man, I realized that the value that I bring to this chat is 0 in Russian humor. Did I find the right place?
Man, wait till Simple's around.
Okay, perfect.
He's Croatian, but yeah.
Oh, Hrvatska, Yugoslav. Brothers, Slavic brothers. Okay.
Yeah, he's from Simple's from Croatia.
Probably Croatian as fuck as well, right? Just straight up Croatian.
I was talking shit about Serbia to him last night.
Ooh, that's a touchy.
We were talking about guns. So,
Nobody likes Serbia.
well, I mean,
I like Serbian women. I don't speak for me, my friend.
Would not say out loud that no one likes Serbian, especially if you find yourself anywhere in Asia anytime soon. As far as in shady business deals.
And shady business deals.
If you want to get into Singapore, you better be nice to Serbians, buddy.
Serbia is cool.
Speaking of which, Singapore Airlines, guys, fucking definitely watch that. The most
Don't hate on Serbia until you see their women. Then you're gonna start hating on Serbia.
Yeah,
Best women in the world.
The guys, though. They
Well,
suck.
I don't look at the guys. That's what you suck. I don't suck. I eat pussy. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Sorry, Russian dickhead humor.
This is gonna get so bad. I'm banned. 12. What the fuck is this thing?
No, but Serbian women are the best. They clean, they cook, they have sex, and they worship the man. I swear to fucking God, that's
You
it.
started with cook and clean. I would have started with tits and ass, but yeah.
Yeah, well, in America, it's tits, ass, and a headache.
You mean attitude, but yeah.
That's what I'm saying, exactly.
I mean, you're dealing with fiery Latinas too, where you're at, buddy.
Oh, no, I don't deal with no Latinas. I went through that shit once, met a Colombian father, and he almost killed me. It's like, no. I think I was 19, and this dude was threatening me. I just moved to America. This good daughter's the first girlfriend I have. I was so happy with her, and then he threatened me. If anything ever happens to her, just know I have cartel ties, buddy. And I was like, okay. Well, this relationship ain't gonna work out, Carolina, but I like you. Good luck.
RICK, the largest Nasdaq top 250 traded titty bar company. Long term on this basically is it's very simple. Independent operators of titty bars are aging out of this business very significantly. Sin is coming in obviously with some personal depression issues. So brown liquor, booze, smokables, and cheap women, and divorce. That being said, the adult entertainment segment is extremely varied. Rick's on their non-core earnings. I would highly recommend seeing what their last quarters were. But the restaurant sector has been falling down and down, as most restaurants have, and things of that nature. And luckily, its 18% drop was nowhere near the 27% increase in the revenue from the titty bars before we're really getting into the depressed part. That doesn't touch upon the publication industry, the internet industry, and several other ancillary things. Plus, the CFO Eric Langen is kind of a degenerate in a way. He sold $14 million worth of baseball cards to kind of boss his way into the company before the founder left. But the whole thing is this: is that titty bars are usually, if they're for sale, they're usually a steal when it comes down to it. And the reality right now is that everyone is aging out of the game who are independent operators, and so Rick's has been able to pick up so many more properties than they've ever had. At the same time, Larry Flint's has kind of died. Here's the other thing: is that the guy who founded Rick's basically was the lead international tax attorney for Touche that pioneered the merger for Touche and Touche. He then became a billionaire to start with, and you can find him on the Forbes list always. But he became a billionaire to start with by pioneering consumer credit debt services in the early to mid 80s. And with that, he basically got the great idea to create subsidiaries within the clubs that he could. The rule for the titty bar scene is the club with the most girls wins, basically. And the way to secure the best talent constantly was to give loans for surgical procedures and things of that nature for the girls and have them pay it off with working. So as a result, they were able to maintain back in the time that I was familiar with the business, when entertainers were making about 10K a night. That you'd see at some of the clubs, and at that point it was like 36 clubs, but it's much more now. But you would see about 1,500 girls on stage at some of the clubs at night. Let's put it that way.
Daddy chill.
Night?
1,500. What is
Listen up, boys. That's more than you guys make day trading.
Dallas clubs that are rather famous that do more than that. And anybody who's around Houston, Dakota, or even Alaska can probably tell you a decent amount about that scene. And then the funniest is the old Canadian.
Florida. Tampa is the #1 city. I pride my hometown in America in the fact that we are the #1 titty strip club city in the world, apparently.
Yes,
Mind you.
yeah, the old Lowe's theater there was actually a perfect acquisition. It was a 23 million a year net club that because of defaults or because of some preventative things with Amex processing, which is Lifeblood, was able to be picked up for under $3 million. Absolutely phenomenal. Tootsie's. Somebody had already called this out before. I think Lucy's.
Tootsie's?
Yeah. Tootsie's is under the RCI flag.
Still is here.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Still got it.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's the thing is you don't let clubs.
Do you
die.
remember 2001 Odyssey?
Yes.
Oh, still here.
Strip clubs, by the way.
Still standing strong.
It's a good method of profitability. There's nowhere else you can sell a beer for $14. Let's put it that way.
50 years selling HIV and counting. They have it on their door.
No man, the phony is just Spearmint Rhino in Albuquerque, where anybody who's a Canadian or a hockey fan.
You're in Albuquerque?
I'm not in Albuquerque, no.
Oh fuck! I was just there, man. That would have been crazy.
I lived in Albuquerque for 2 years. Shit.
Super cool city.
Anybody who It's Thorn Fleury from hockey, or is Canadian. I guess he was a big. Anyway, he was kind of like the Jose Canseco of hockey, but he's impregnated at least like probably half the girls that work there, and he's actually ended up having a club because of problems that he's had with it. It's kind of funny, but there's like a really Albuquerque's Spearmint Rhino is a kind of crazy scene, and then the one that I always joke around if Slut Spoilers around. I have so many damn windows open. I don't know what's going on right now. But I always laugh at the Portland strip club that is co-op owned only. It's a feminist co-op owned strip club that is actually vegan. For their buffets called Casa Diablo, and the talent actually is immaculate, believe it or not. But it is the first. It's a very odd thing, and of course it's in fucking Portland. But yeah, it's a very diverse industry.
Interesting.
Diverse, like cup size, or
I'm sorry. Diverse in terms of the profit potential of it. And so just to get off the social topic and getting cheap laughs. What basically, if you look at the ticker on this going on, for it, what you basically see looking at it is solely option buys by insiders for when they want to pick up more shares. There is very little prospecting on it, so you got to watch your fills, you got to watch your volume. But you can go in with shares at any given time, and just look at it historically and see. The operating team will not change, and Eric, who has been the CFO now since the mid-aughts, who led the company in a very different direction, to say the least. But he is
Good old Madoff.
He's a very, very good operator of a public company, like a closely held enterprise. I will say that in terms of he uses it to leverage the fuck out of funds, and he is a fucking degen who's fucking running a public company. Let's put it that way. I mean, it's crazy the moves that this company makes, but just look through their financials. It's really very, very interesting.
Oh, I have a headache.
No, you have a headache? Drink more coffee.
really more coffee? I feel like a Valium would work better, but
It doesn't work with me.
This brings me to the next topic.
Yeah, my neurological condition is basically forged all my neural pathways through different areas. So everything goes through my emotional pathways, and so like Mu Kappa opioid, but binders don't work. It's long. But yeah, even stimulants don't work. I'm not like this because of coffee. I'm like this because I'm trying to avoid the fucking pain of living. That I have to keep my mind going as fast as possible at any time. However, if that kid is here, I saw photos of last night in his food porn shots, that he actually had fucking a methamphetamine fucking pipe and frozen grapes out on the table. That was fucking impressive. You know who you are. That was wild. I thought he was joking when he wrote that in the fucking chat.
Fuck, they got me. No, I'm kidding.
This is somebody who's a fucking actually really big mathematical player here, and in a lot of these fucking discords. My mind was blown. I thought he was just joking around smoking weed, and that was definitely not a weed pipe.
So
I've never tried that one, but in
when are we
Russia
gonna
it's a fan
start?
favorite.
Hey,
When are we gonna start buying puts on AMD?
Yeah. Oh, you didn't? Did you get in yesterday on it? On
On the
Hardy's?
puts?
Yeah. The 100 at 375.
What was his expiration? Because AMD is like ripping right now.
Expiration always. Come on, man. 616.
But are you
660.
just watching or are you picking up already?
No, I'm just looking at AMD and NVIDIA and so forth. Continue its ripping. I mean,
Vice preparing to
how
reject.
sustainable is it for how long? I wouldn't do a short term by any means because it could keep ripping. But I'll probably buy puts on AMD at some point.
As long as equities stay the course of what's going on right now, which is not diverging from your debt instruments, basically, you're going to see all of this. What usually is going, I mean, a lot of retail, and because of that, everybody else who's banking on it. Everybody's kind of risking off from certain traditional values, but they're not actually going into the safe havens. That's what's kind of funny. Like all of a sudden, AI and semis are a risk off asset. It'll last only a couple of days to a couple of weeks, but it'll be wild. It's just all over the place. The cruise lines are kind of doing well too. Anybody watching Win today? Or any of the any of the Asian hospitality sector? Maybe Macau gambling companies might be something to be.
Asian hospitality sector.
Well, in general, Singapore is very strong right now on a lot of things and very and a very good value for long term for that. But Asia hospitality, because of what's going on with China, a lot of people who would normally go to China are actually are more drawn in by the APAI rather than the mainland. When it comes down to it, on so many different levels. So they're actually seeing the tourism boom that China was hoping for on its reopening. But there's a lot more going on with Singapore, and that's a lot to get into, and probably too much.
Singapore is living in 2050, man.
Still, who?
They're living in 2050. Their architecture, their infrastructure.
In Singapore?
Yeah.
I don't do half speed, Bitcoin. I'm full speed or I'm dead.
Milk.
This is slow.
Well, if you're Russian, I'm Stalin. Get it?
I just want this Doco person to come up. It's probably somebody's alt account.
Oh, this is definitely. I was getting
Yeah.
last night in our talks.
What do you do? Are you're in
Probably
the
angry investors.
you're your broker?
Me?
Yeah. What do you do?
No, I'm retired and I'm a philanthropist. I was long
How'd
time
you get there? Teach me your way.
asymmetrical asset management within family offices. International cross-border transactions, mostly carve-out debt deals. I'm not an equities guy, and I could not trade in public markets for 10 plus years. I am very, very different than y'all's crowd. And I certainly, if I was a broker, I probably would never expose myself to being here. I never could have exposed myself to being here prior. But no, I am a very big believer in where wealth building lies, not in where trying to get rich lies. So equities are a fun hedge for certain things that you have exposure to through brick and mortar, yes. And they're as some of the serious traders complain about people like me who dabble in them. They are actually okay speculative assets. However, I am always neutral on every trade that I do in an equities market in multiple ways, and I'm always over trimmed and underexposed, and I flip both sides of it with going extra time. You win both sides. If you're going to trade something that is only going to net you 12 to 20% after averaging across a year, and with the amount of exposure for capital you need, and with the little amount of maintenance and actual control you exert over it, whereas you're dealing with high debt on litigation deals that are 86% plus all day long, or on IP carve-outs, it's kind of pointless. The reason for doing this is because it falls into a much larger strategy. And because I need fucking distraction. I'm tired of painting for a little bit, and I can't ride my damn horses every day. And I'm losing my eyesight, so whenever I sail, there's always a chance that I won't come back. That being said, anybody who is into sailing right now, I highly recommend personal boat pickups are very cheap for nice, smaller, crossing able turnkeys. We're talking Fountain Peugeots right now coming around 250K that usually sell for just over $1 million after 2 years of use.
Cats or mono?
Our scene's a little different, but that's falling down too very heavily right now as well. Because your Deutsche Bank is no longer loaning out for $100 million yachts. They wrote off
versus mono holes.
But they wrote off 30 billion on the week they fell in deals, and 300 billion total in the last 8 years that were very, very odd yacht and personal aircraft loans.
What do you think between yachts and a single hull and multi hulls?
I'm a multi-hull guy all the way. Because I can basically shorthand with one other person crossing in under 30 days with wind at my back. And I can single hand anything I want to gun coaling coastal. Whereas the only chance you have with a single hull is basically having a lifted keel. I mean, the coolest thing about sailing and having free time is gun coaling, where you can just stop in wherever you are. You basically, it's the equivalent of like parking lot pimping. You pull up to somewhere, you drop, you fucking your anchor, and you fucking wade in, you go get fucking lunch in a new fucking town, and you fucking see what it's like local life there. And you know what? In 5 hours, you go to a different place and you do it all over again. However, that being said, the news 50 that I just got to see yesterday that came out, I guess at the Zurich show a couple months back. I sent a link to somebody of it earlier. Is a very interesting. It's what's called a monocat, the first of its type. I'd highly recommend checking the Juno 50 out if you are a
Juno
single.
50?
I'm not. Yeah. My racing days were when I was a kid, man. I'm a cruiser. When it comes down to it, and it's more about comfort and enjoyment and what cats offer. But for chartering, it's a little bit different deal. In the chartering business that is having some troubles, right? But if you're niche enough and with the right boats, it's not a problem. We're 7 years booked for our big Caribbean thing for on season. Right now, we're probably down to like 3.5 years. But
So
what length do you go for the what length do you go for on the cats? Above 40 footer?
for personal, if you're gonna try and shorthand a crossing, yeah, I would recommend. I personally would recommend being at 42 if you're gonna try and single hand anything that's a midterm to long term over like a pocket cruise. I would go on the lower end like 40, and for I'm assuming a lot of people here are American. In that case, your value pickups on that are the what's the one that I'm always seeing? Lagunas and that. But the more interesting boats definitely come out of the France has some amazing producers. But your European cats are phenomenal, with one exception. They have to require the damn pass throughs and all, and so you got to plug them illegally. But the whole idea was that like if you end up getting trapped in it, you had to be able to get out. But the reality is that's not how a cat works. Um, but yeah, if I'm an FP guy, man, when it comes down to it. But I also do like Benetton and a lot. But the price range for personal craft on that is a little high. Let's put it that way. If you want to pick up like a 42 to 46 footer on a FP that's used, you can probably score one right now. That's 6 years old for 400,000, where you're gonna have to actually dry dock it and get some work. And anybody who doesn't know, man, craning a cat out of the water is a pain in the ass. And for the kids that I caught in the chat trying to talk about living on a catamaran in San Francisco, you're fucked, because you're not going to find mooring for a fucking wide berth. And there's I mean there's a lot of nuance, but man, there's nothing like that. And for anybody who's even questioning the fun of it, you can almost for free at any time have an experience for a day crewing for somebody, whether it's at a race or something like that, to get into it, if you're coastal especially. But there's some very cheap entry points for beginning to enjoy sailing, which is one of the most wonderful endeavors ever.
I always did want to learn.
Oh man, I would highly recommend it. If to anybody, or at least try it, because if you can go on, if you can get on a boat where all you really have to do is do what you're told for a couple hours and be able to kind of enjoy yourself and learn what it's like for your first time, rather than paying a couple $100 of that. That being said, anybody who's in the Seattle area, the Wooden Boat Company is one of the coolest things. You pay like $30 a month, and as long as you get your level 1. You can basically just take out whatever craft you want there in the meantime, and they do great sales off of everything in a while. But yeah, it's all over the world. That, and then if you're on land, man, Wolf, is the other thing for people who want to travel around, the Worldwide Organization of Organic Farming. Just because with everything going on with the famine levers right now, it'd probably be good to understand the way that that smaller agriculture works, especially if you're degenerate enough to want to try and either blackmail or work your way into gray areas of things like that. Agricultural knowledge would probably be very helpful in certain shady situations, and shipping knowledge apparently is too. Cough, Serbians. All right, guys. Y'all probably want to talk about plays, so y'all know that. Yeah, I'm just
Jeez, bro.
Thanks for the info, man. Thanks for the info. It's cool.
If you were a professor and I had to take notes,
we'd all be fucked. Yeah, but if I had something who could take me and slow me down, the internet wasn't invented, I'd probably be doing well. The
Yeah.
sad thing is that the speed that I act that I'm working at is probably the exact same rate that my brain is decaying. So it's
well,
okay. The candle burns twice as bright, burns twice as fast.
well, we appreciate you coming up and talking plays and not just sitting in the chat talking shit.
Call me if y'all need anything, or if y'all want to fucking talk titties or something. Let me know. I'm going to get some coffee, and I will give a shot of that to you, Bitcoin. George is here. Holy fuck! I didn't even notice. Actually, I'm looking at the screen for the first time.
Now, let's from Georgia, the famous think of Georgia.
It's fucking awesome. Georgia is a very, very, very diversely, very, 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 very diverse interest and very, very interesting culture, and degenerate as well. It's insane.
Georgia's the opposite of nerves.
Yeah. No. The first time Georgia came on was absolutely phenomenal, though. When he walked in, or the first time I heard him, when he walked into the post office. On the
Oh yeah. He was selling. What was it? Ships. What was he doing? He was shipping something.
That was Japanese. I think that was that was
His
Chinese
eBay stuff.
Jade that day, if I remember correctly.
He was like shipping eBay shit.
Well, not eBay, but used rare and antiquarian dealer.
I had to make fucking coffee, bro. I have to get to your level, man. What are you on? Cocaine, Adderall?
Me?
Yeah.
You're kidding me. No.
Champagne
I'm on-
MDMA.
I'm on 3 of the rarest neurologically degenerative diseases known to man, with a 3-year lifespan left in me. So I am in what as my underlying disease, basically, that I've gotten from a trauma I suffered. When I first stopped being a fucking douchebag lawyer and started actually doing humanitarian work, I injured myself in the Caribbean pretty badly, and the lack of proper fucking care has caused me to catch something that's called the suicide disease, which basically 62% of people within who actually live maintaining it without treatability after the 5-year period attempt to kill himself. 28% succeed within that 5-year period. It costs about $89,000 to live. I have gotten it earmarked by the NIH in America for $3.8 billion as one of the largest health initiatives to be had here, as well as we have worked on it for Norway, South Korea, and Sweden to put it as one of their public health priorities.
Was
So
it the
no,
right
I am
side?
not on fucking drugs, you fuck waffle.
Was it the right side?
Was what the right side?
The brain injury?
It wasn't a brain injury. It was an injury to I tore everything out of my leg in a helicopter jump. Basically severing this fucking shit and breaking everything. And so apparently there's a link between the nerves that are behind your patella that run through to your ocular nerve. And what happens is when you are in a certain state of constant pain, of which on the McGill pain scale, what is used for anybody who is a doctor, they will tell you this, or who works triage in any sense, is that thing that you use to assign an objective pain value. The highest thing on it is what I have. The closest thing, that is the 80th percentile down, is unprepared childbirth or amputation of an extremity without anesthesia. And they experience that for a couple minutes.
Complex regional pain syndrome?
I'm sorry?
Complex regional pain syndrome?
Yes, type 2 is one of the 3 conditions, yes. Because of that being the originating, what has actually occurred has been a stripping of all the myelin sheaths throughout that. My axon and prions have now also misfunctioned. This is something that
We have no idea how bad it is. Yeah.
yeah. And I do, because my wife is a top neurological
yeah.
So I have very idea. So
You're an interesting person.
I was. I'm a ghost of who I was now, to say the least.
Oh, nonsense.
I would rather take, you all are a huge community of people who have learned about the economy through retail trade, and I'd rather kind of at least start anybody who's interested seeing that the ratios of profitability for other things far supersede this in the long run and with the exposure. Because let's say you're a trader who makes a lot of money. What happens when what happened to me happens to you? What happens when all of a sudden every plan you have in your life and your entire timeline gets changed and your income is reliant upon your ability to trade? I don't care how much money you make to diversify. Chances are you're not going to last very long with that. And that's the whole point of me is that I actually understood how people become drug addicts and how people become homeless, how people fucking commit themselves or kill themselves because of a slip through a system with cracks. If you do not have the resources, you are proper fucked. And actually, we're doing a documentary on this. And I'm suing a state, a governor, and a commissioner of insurance, as well as 28 people in the medical system over it, all for $1 to draw attention to this because it's it is yes a pretty awful thing. It's actually a disease that was dismissed by doctors until the number one trauma physician in America in Boston at Boston Regional actually contracted herself after breaking her arm. And she spent 13 years documenting the process on it, and only after that was it taken seriously by anybody beyond physiatrists. And for anybody who does not know, a physiatrist was the doctors who deal with the neurological complexities between mind and body that started with World War II and amputees having phantom limb syndrome. When people said, "Oh, it's all in your head,"
Nope, it wasn't.
it certainly is not.
Yeah.
But it's very amazing once you A, come to terms with your death, and B, once you realize that nothing fucking hurts as much as you experience the way that other things are. And I found myself, breaking knuckles or fucking much larger things sometimes just to get out of the pain. And that's why I speak as fast as I do for any fucking twat waffle that wants to comment on it again.
Quad waffle. Yes.
Well, we had a new one earlier. Tribbing. What was it? Tribbing quant waffles for quants. But I like twat waffle better. They're not as tasty as stroop waffles, obviously. All right, you guys. I'm gonna go pay
Nothing
attention.
as tasty as a stroop waffle.
Right.
Who made stroop waffle?
Somebody invited me to a late night due diligence. She's probably here, isn't she? Struble, are you here? I'm not looking at chat, so somebody has to tell me she is. And she wrote the ticker was what if anybody can remember, it was TRUP, TRUP, but she put the dollar sign in front of it, and the invite to it was late night strup NDD. So I thought it was late night stroop waffles. And
Yeah.
And that's Jefferson's play, I think, right? No, that's the gentleman's place. Whose it is. So it's actually the gentleman's fault if he's here. All right, guys, y'all go on making your money and doing whatever.
Hey, thanks for the teaching points.
Fuck that. How do I mute this? Here he goes.
I forgot to mention I'm a doctor. Whatever.
What in what capacity or what practice? What area? What's your specialization? The fact that you actually went immediately to CRPS is kind of interesting. But yeah, what's
All information, it's all available. You just have to listen to somebody first before you make an assumption. Or ask the right questions. I'm an emergency medicine doctor.
Oh, excellent. That's very noble profession. Very, very stressful too.
Nah, I live for the danger. It's all good.
This is actually just a really cool aside on about pivots and about the way that that countries operate with their thought process. Are you familiar at all with what the pivot was for the Norwegian and Swedish airline stewardesses who were laid off during COVID?
What was it?
They were run through a 14-day crash course for medical triage to work in the hospital systems. I thought that was one of the most phenomenal fucking moves.
They did it?
Yes.
Dude, we can't even get our fucking New York nurses to take vital signs. So I don't know what the fuck is going on with this place anymore.
Oh man, fucking hell! Like how people fucking take blood now, man. Like I mean, I've had nurses that have like 8-9 times trying to hit a vein. It's fucking crazy, man.
I
No one
don't
has-
mess around with that shit. I slap an ultrasound on the patient and I check everything that I can, and then I get your fucking IV in. Like it's stupid. Like I don't know why we don't already teach nurses this stuff. It's cheap, it's non-invasive, and it helps you get it in the first try. I don't know, man.
think
I don't know
only
what to tell you.
European, like a European air crew team. Like I mean, you have nobody who is as
That
permanent
is nuts. Yeah.
I for that, right? I mean, like it was the coolest pivot for it. And I've been curious as to who stayed and kept doing it. Would be kind of interesting as well.
Well, yeah, sure. Found a new calling. Yeah. Norwegian Airlines. What? Okay. That's something I got.
So in New York?
Wait, cruise lines. Hold on.
What is it? SAS? No. It's
No, it's NCLH.
yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember. Oh, Swedish Air is SAS, right?
Really moving too much today. Yeah, they've been pretty stagnant.
The other problem with medicine, especially medical clinics, though, I mean, you've got basically D of O's. I don't know what that was, but it sounded like somebody eating caramel next to their microphone. Helen Keller has entered the chat, guys.
Hey, Ellen.
She doesn't hear you.
Helen Keller?
Yeah.
Where?
She can't hear me, but my sound waves cause vibrations which hit her chest if her laptop is on her chest.
Guys, Google has been nothing but going up all morning.
Yeah, we're watching. Their
I'm up
1,000
$1,000.
and 52 is going up. Like they are at 1.5% change.
There was somebody in the chat earlier before, not this chat, but in the WallStreetBets, who actually was playing heads up poker today. He put all his plays in, turned his monitor off, and was just letting it roll all on calls. I can't wait to hear how that goes.
Yikes. Well, look at that. AEIQ. We were just talking about the AI equities, right? 2.32%.
I'm telling you, that's risk off.
What's that?
You are somebody who could probably could do some great DD on this. I bet you in the end. There's the second stage trial right now for the first AI or machine learning 100% developed treatment.
Yeah.
So Takeda Pharmaceuticals is who's doing it. For this stage, that means that it probably, if it crashes and burns under the utter scrutiny, you'll find out in a year. Otherwise, it's going to be a full 3 years, even for it. But that will be the litmus test for that. And so that I would definitely, people who are interested in AI, look at that. I don't think it will work personally.
I mean, synthesis is hard enough. It's like it is as much an art as it is a science. Just trying to figure out like which Lego piece goes where and what's not going to kill the patient before it fixes them or treats them or just gets their symptoms under control. I used to work in an OChem lab doing drug design, so I know.
Oh, okay, so here, let me tell you. My wife, my wife had a publication that was finding 2 novel loci for indications for Alzheimer's, dementia, and stroke, that you actually will have it. The NIH had delayed it, and finally, for 2 years, they asked not to publish it to be able to get all the pharmaceutical guidelines in place for this style of medicine. Like I said, she's an epigeneticist. She's not a geneticist. So they're still
genomics is no longer like the goal. It's proteomics and enzymes and stuff like that.
So important that you say this, and because this is where I want to go in this chat, because a lot of you all are going to hear very shortly, if you have not already heard, about a very big scam company that's coming out that is an anti-agathic provider, basically anti-aging in the same way that that doing curls is making you healthier. Let's put it that way. They're not dealing with telomeres at all. There's five major categories that you need to hit when you're looking at true life extension. And they're only doing one. It is the Coinbase founder, I believe, or at least the Coinbase operator, who is doing this and has gotten a huge amount of capital up, not through the traditional sources. When these things are funded, they're not funded in a way that raises capital for them publicly. They are funded through family offices. There is a group of 610 family offices that work specifically in funding this type of thing. And so legitimate companies will never raise capital publicly like this, and they will never use anything that is dilution of shares or offerings or anything that resembles a pump and dump. So please, guys, be very careful, because I've already seen about it on the Reddit and things of that nature. It is not going to work 100%. In fact, I will publicly find somebody else to actually be the face of it, and I will give them the capital to short it the entire way up and down if it comes to pass. I am that's certain of it. Again, I'm certain that there will be several other people who invest in this type of thing who will do the same, that you all know the name of, because I think he does it too.
That's extremely noble,
Stay
because
on the market.
you can't have somebody like that set precedent with basically selling snake oil.
But that being said, the other thing I want to get to was there is one of the most scary thoughts in life, was a book written, I think, the 70s or 80s by Bruce Sterling, that's called Holy Fire, that talks about gerontocracy run within a medical industrial complex, where there's a solution found to perpetual life and health that is based upon a medical system like ours that's pay to play. The richest people now do not die. As a result, there is no more inheritance. And what a citizen is capable of owning or doing is all based upon the people who give out this drug and when you get your treatments. It is one of the craziest fucking things ever. The Holy Fire, if anybody's...
Holy Fire. Wait, that sounds so good.
It is amazing. It was something that I just missed even looking at the title of it. I was like, what the fuck's this bullshit? But yeah, absolutely phenomenal. I think written in 88 or so. It's really great.
Yeah, I'm Googling it now. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, gentlemen, I've got to go, because I've actually got...
Sorry, I kept you. Yeah.
No, just what you do is very interesting to me, and that's why I want to do it. But all right, guys, make some fucking money and drive fast, make mistakes.
Here for a good time, not a long time. Bruce Sterling, Holy Fire, audiobooks. Found it. Damn. Man, this is one of those, like have you noticed, like, every single thing that's a dystopia, like, knockoff or whatever, like Rick and Morty type of thing, is just becoming, like, more of, like, a satire of, like, what's actually happening. Yeah. Christianbook.com. Interesting. Sorry, guys, I just kept him going. I live for those conversations. I can shut up for a little bit.
Did you guys hear the Credit Suisse default swaps will not be paid out?
Say what?
He said, somebody please start playing the song I'm in love with the cocoa, but put the negative that I'm not in love with the cocoa there. Cocoa bonds are a no-go for banks. Cocoa bonds or AT1s are no-go, which we all knew anyway. Or at least those who dealt in that knew.
Well, I guess the council has decided that if you had a default swap on Credit Suisse, that you're not going to get paid out for. I mean, it's bullshit.
Hey, wait, that's cheating. That's the whole. That's
Yes.
the purpose of a default swap.
It literally is cheating, and they just don't. They probably just don't have the money to do it, and so they change the rules as they go. It's a whole nother block the buy button thing.
Again? It's just like Jesse to Walter. You can't keep getting away with this. Shout out to those who know.
Where's my money, bitch?
Magnets, bitch.
Does it affect deposits, or does it also affect shareholders?
Yeah,
it's not. It's not really one of those kind of mechanisms. It's more of an insurance policy that was taken out on the bank, and obviously, the bank is no more. It has been absolved by UBS along with all their toxic asset positions. Oh, I got something to talk about with GameStop in a minute, but so anyways, they're supposed to pay out in the event of if the bank defaults, and that's why people buy them. So it's not fair.
It's fraudulent, is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Now I don't know if they're not going to pay him out ever, or if they're putting a delay on it. Like they've the precedent that's been set.
We were talking about earlier, or that was mentioned earlier, that where this is how they're gonna get the government to, like, I don't know, feel some heat. I don't
This
even
is
know what
this
the
is a
game
Swiss
plan is.
government. So this isn't America. All right, we're talking
I
about.
mean, yeah, but they're linked.
Yeah, they are. They certainly are. They very much are. The fuck was I saying? Yeah. So I don't know if they have set a precedent of not paying out default swaps immediately. So I don't know if they're delaying it, or if they're just saying straight up 100%, we are not going to pay you for these.
Trying to cause a
But what it does is it introduces a whole bunch of bullshit into the market, and uncertainty and fraudulent shit, and I'm sure they're going to get away with it, but it just doesn't. It's not good moving forward, because if how many people are going to keep playing a rigged game?
Every single winner is gonna keep playing the rig game. Yeah, people don't give a shit about other people. What is this? Coca-Cola experience volume spike over the past 30 minutes. Why?
So, just FYI, Dole has hit a new 52-week high today. It's up at 1305 right now.
Did I buy that earlier? Oh, motherfucker. I bought Boyle instead. 11% is good too.
Boyle is good too, yeah.
Boyle's
Boyle is gonna be booming, man. I'm telling you. They got there's another catalyst maybe later next week, which would be the rig count numbers. And if they shut even more down, it's gonna go up.
Are those rig counts monthly or weekly?
Well, the one I was looking at, which was last week, it's next week, and it was last week, so maybe it's bi-weekly. But the one that I was looking at last week was just for one company. And the best part is, it's not speculation. It's basic economics, bitch.
What's up, y'all? Good
Was
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, we're about to start lunch. Spy was climbing, now it made a
Afternoon
big
is about
drop.
a minute.
You playing Spy, human?
Yep, sure am. Took a big
All
took one on the
calls.
nose there a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, what's it doing? Reverse down. Is it because of that news that just came out with the Credit Suisse shit? Or is that just come out news?
Something happened. I'm not sure what it was though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's Credit Suisse, but crypto's drilling as well.
Yeah, that might be because of Apex Crypto delisting a bunch of coins.
Okay.
I'll talk about it in a second, or a few minutes. I gotta run.
Appreciate that, Slut. Yeah, man, I need to set more monitors on my truck. Fucking hard to do this shit and drive. I'll tell you what, though, man. You guys are some interesting ass people, brother. I appreciate the information I get from you all, and it's some badass fucking shit.
damn straight. Oh, who got a puppy?
I got two of them.
Yeah, right. Fucking pain in the
Fully
ass.
grown. Fully grown.
Yeah, man. I thought mine would stop at 40, and ended up at 65 pounds. I'm like, what the fuck?
Mine is a whopping 7.5 pounds. Two of them. So 15 pounds total.
Oh well, good.
That happened to us. we had an American Bulldog for about 7 years. He died of cancer. He weighed 140 pounds. So our next dog, I promised my wife we'll get a small dog. So we go and we rescued a dog. And he's supposed to only be like 30, 40 pounds, and he's like 80, 85.
Yeah, and probably eats like he's 120, right? Yeah. Like,
Yeah, he's a badass. He's smart as shit.
Yeah, man, too smart. Should have got a golden retriever for $3,000, like from some puppy mill. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a border collie mix. Smart
Oh
as shit.
yeah,
Man.
I got a herding breed too. I got an Aussie Kelpie, / American Dingo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I got to take her to the park like at least 2 hours a day, just have her kind of run the dog run. But she's
Oh, they love running.
Yeah, man, and they love wrestling too.
Oh yeah, he'll play all day.
Yep. But they'll also, try and kill a bear for you too. They get it. They're like, it's just me and you against the world.
That's how my bulldog was.
Yeah.
All right,
Hey.
let me go and load this delivery.
All right.
I'll be back.
Yeah. Whoa, Boyle. All right. Yeah. You're doing good. Okay. 12% now. Okay. I wouldn't have seen that coming. What was the he went what was his name? Nervous went off on titty bars, but I didn't actually get the name of the ticker. Rick's?
Romeo India Charlie Kilo. Rick.
Oh. Yeah,
It's a good business, man. That's a cash business. They make money hand over fist.
Yeah,
They overcharge for the alcohol. They overcharge for the alcohol, and
yeah. They're like MasterCard. They pay for services for their clients. They don't give you credit. Yeah. Let's see. RCI Hospitality.
I would highly recommend beginning. If you're like begin at the end. In terms of getting a feel for it. It's a very nuanced business in general, but the not the most recent earnings, but the reporting the quarter before. I would highly recommend reading the transcript of that call. That will give you a very good overlay of the current status of the industry, whether you are bullish or bearish for the future of it, and what's going on. There used to be another large company traded on that as well, but there's not anymore. Sorry, I'm keeping an ear out if there's anybody who needs anything as why was that. But yeah,
Well, yeah, we've
I'm going anything over $82 right now on it. Is where I'm kind of hold that with it. But if you take a look at the interest in it, you'll see that there's not a huge amount of things available always on it anyway. In any regard,
Right.
you might not get your closes on anything you're buying contract wise.
Gotcha.
But if you go far enough forward with it and you cover your theta a little and it mitigates the others, you won't have to go hardcore resource retarded or regarded. I apologize. In actually gamma scalping or delta hedging, but if you're just going diagonal on it or covering theta with a sale right below your cost basis of what you shoot for, you'll be fine. But be prepared to exercise on anything that's not presenting liquidity that's a short term on it, because of what tends to happen if you look historically. It's downturns in the economy that are very involved with consumer credit. I would highly recommend the advantage of deep in the money calls far out, and like I said, mitigating the rest of your factors with it, and be prepared to exercise for utmost capital going forward. It is something that is not going to be a short term thing. It is like a junior version of a tobacco company in that there are so many strategies in play for the long term for when things change that the quick move to OnlyFans as people's pornographic provider didn't even hurt the shit. That's the whole reason why we did the restaurant primer basically back in the early 2000s. Was a way to take some business from Hooters, which has its regularity, and do an executive version of it where your waitress could dance for you. So there's pivot upon pivot, and the publishing industry, I guess, is very good for that. The virtuality industry aspect is very good, and there's simply put, even if this company didn't do business in this sector, if you look at their books, asset equity, and you see that Eric from a very young age had made his way into this company and took over from perhaps the best, actually, according to every international nightclub award, the best operator in the business, the person who actually began cover charges. He learned from that. And
I'm curious what happened between, gosh, let's say Q2 2020 and Q2 2021. It's a huge jump.
But if you look prior to that, it's not something that hadn't happened before. And the
Never.
reason why is there was a huge turnabout in the late aughts and in the teens where we carved out a large segment of the company to take back private when the prior CEO and founder decided not to go in the same direction as the company. In terms of managerial operating.
He was a degenerate. Okay. Whatever.
No. The original guy was not, and so it's the only exposure I've ever actually had to a public company. It was not for very long. We basically took it with all the merger and acquisition rights for the southern properties, which was the more lucrative because at that point every contractor rebuilding housing was getting a Centurion card. And the spends were very, very good in the aughts with the 07 with the 08 break, I guess, in what happened in the trickle down on credit after the housing crisis and all of that. It did very well for very small operators of plumbing companies, and that became white collar adjacent, at least, if not white collar in a sense. But that's when you see the proof of brown booze and smokes and tits is where it always will go when people get depressed. And an interesting point of fact in that business is that your busiest days a year are Valentine's Day and Mother's Day, the times when people are the most lonely for it. And at its best, it is not a business of sex. It is a business of sensuality and of attention, and of every man who's worked hard and is not happy in their life and is a poor lost soul who wants to simply reward a younger lady for being beautiful with his hard-earned cash. At its worst, it's pretty fucking bad. Oh, sorry, I got to deal with this. Yeah, just to prove a point, what brown liquor allows is I would maybe take a look at who owns what's the football team that everybody's trying to raise capital to purchase right now? Man U. The reason why that purchase was done by the family that did it was because of the large amounts of capital they were able to make during two different recession or depressed periods sociologically, where their booze business went heavily into Jay Bourbon's not here, so I can't make it. Went into whiskey specifically. Brown Foreman's like another thing to maybe look at, but keep your eye on beer and dark liquor, and always church FM.
When times are tough.
Yes, when times are tough and lonely, for people that tend to be cash based, and that's the other big thing is you have to also look at where real expendable uh capital comes from in people that have money rather than in whatever the bullshit mortgages and stuff y'all do are. Not
Uh,
y'all. Sorry, not
I'd say the races, but yeah.
races. Well, so the pivot in the early aughts was to actually rehash for the original club into a club Onyx, which was an African American segment, which then did very well in Atlanta. Following that up, the DC area and the New York area as well with those, and then Cinnamons, the Latina clubs, had also started becoming well around 2009 or so. And if you're talking that kind of race, if you're
That's
talking
a,
those kind of races, yes, they do sponsor the Monaco Grand Prix.
yeah, that's what I meant. But Cinnamons is a great fucking name.
Cinnamon Secrets Latina Lovelies. You're welcome. I'm really bad at naming things.
Yeah, so are the people at the Bronx Zoo. I just went for the first time yesterday. They named the elephant Happy. I
So
mean, like,
you must not have been around for the Bronx Zoo Cobra then, because that was amazing. When for almost 2 weeks, half the media in New York was dedicated to someone at the zoo who actually started a Twitter profile, and the Cobra had escaped. And it's probably one of the greatest uses of Twitter that I'd ever seen. Probably one of the last uses of Twitter I'd ever seen, as I haven't done social media in over a decade, besides this endeavor. But it was somebody who was basically live streaming the escape of the Cobra and where he was hanging out and what he was doing. It was phenomenal. I think the only closest thing to it was the British Museum of Natural Science with their absolute unit Twitter. That was pretty good about the RAM. Did you, when you happen to go out to the Bronx, do you ever stop over at Xi'an Fine Foods? There's some elsewhere as well,
yeah.
but the original one, the Shaanxi style restaurant, it's got a great story behind it, and it's the best lamb face salad and hand pulled cold noodles that's you could find. It was so good that actually people for brokerages would when the kid had taken it over from his dad back in the early aughts, you would have like tons of people leaving FiDi and going all the way to Flushing for 2-hour lunch breaks to go get his food. And he opened up another 5 of them all over. The closest one that I can think of right now to probably where you would be often if you're in Manhattan would be the Lower East Side location off the Rutgers East Broadway F. But the Flushing one's awesome. It's the original. They pull the noodles out and slap them down.
Pattern recognition, man. Respect. Only people who know how to travel by foot in New York know how to do that. It's a lost art.
I'm very old school with things. When I first moved to most major cities, the first thing I would do is find somebody who would live there for a while and have them draw a physical map for me. And
I still look at my old maps. Yeah.
When I first moved to San Francisco for law school years ago, I spent 18 hours walking around the first day there until I met a young lady who was at that time a pot grower, and I think finally I stopped walking at that point. But it was the first year of medical.
Writing a memoir, right? This is all gold.
Somebody can ghostwrite it. Y'all are good.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. We should man. Speaking of brown liquor, weirdest best combination I tried for a mixer was the light Gatorade or whatever it's called now. It's not G2, it's something else. It's like whatever. I had
I call it, I'm sure.
Anyways, it was mango, and then I had the peanut butter whiskey, like the really cheap screwball, like second shelf.
What?
Amazing.
It's almost worse than the Cajun fart.
But it was Amazing.
Gin, tequila, Tabasco, and milk in a microwave.
Oh no, that's just battery acid, man.
Those in your young bar going days, a wonderful thing to do, especially if you're in finance and you have rivalries with other firms adjacent to you, or in law, or in anything that's cliquish.
And everything breaks down to pong.
You hate, and have shot contests, and whoever throws up has to buy all the shots.
I raise a glass, yeah. But
Or laybacks are great.
yeah, but I like complaining. Yeah.
Oh, are you a member of the tribe too?
What's that?
I was asking if you were also Jewish. I am. So you
I
like-
am woefully Gentile.
We define commiserate in a very different way.
Yes, yeah. But I'm culturally Jewish. I have the same anxieties and gastrointestinal problems, so.
Ooh, hopefully not like the rheumatisms.
Yeah. No. But the draft is killer. Yeah.
I'm only Jewish where money matters, and maybe it took being in Manhattan to understand that for finding large segments of capital for certain things, it really did pay off to go to the correct shul. And then I also realized it also really hurt you at that shul because Bernie Madoff had raised all of his money from there. Anybody who's not too familiar with Eli, the Park Avenue synagogue rabbi, I would highly recommend taking a look at that and looking at the yeshiva community there to see the rundown of all of the individuals who operate within the federal board and in finance, all into the same place. And the easy way to find this is simply look up where Jared and Ivanka, when they were in New York, went, and at the school that is still there. And I will tell you this: it is pretty much every prime minister of Israel ever since the original had actually that lived in America actually went there. And then at any given time, the majority of Jewish people who are on the Fed. It's a very, very odd kind of thing, and a lot of links to Deutsche Bank and UBS too.
It's not just them; it's hospital systems as well. Former SEC execs, yeah.
Oh, and just it's surprisingly not the bald crew though from Austria and Switzerland. I don't know if you know about the bald crew.
But
Those are the only way you become you become basically C-level at UBS for a while. I feel like was if you were going bald for some reason. Like yeah, all the upper levels always had that problem for a long time. Oh, somebody was talking about Swiss banking earlier. Swiss banking is a sham. It has been for quite some time. There's two things you should know if you're really going to be into banking. Club de Paris, spelled CLUBDEPARIS, which is a lot of the Benelux countries and people who tend, and nations that tend to be able to package together a lot of secured and liquid capital and assets, and they back up places is what they do. They backstop privately. And then the secondary aspect of this is the real power in banking for the future, because Austria will soon fall with after Norway, and now that Sweden has officially hit its demise with the real estate and then the backing on that with its securities. Liechtenstein is the real future.
Liechtenstein, yeah. Yeah. It's okay. So that's the black horse.
Very much. And then anybody who does actually European bourses as an accredited, I would highly recommend to look at plays, some against and some for, on what is called the BDC, the Bourse de Casablanca, Monaco. It is where all of the old Cyprus companies that were operating with Israeli backing and Russian talent basically have gone to, and they have huge international capital behind them, and they are great to invest in the short run and great to short in the long run.
All right, I gotta take a phone call.
Ooh, that rang. All right,
Human, you there?
Yeah.
So the
What's up?
SPY, it dropped. It definitely dropped a little bit. I'm watching it. It's at 416 something. And I don't know. I haven't picked up on any news, but I haven't really researched it either.
It looks well. I don't know. I don't know if SPY knows what it wants to do right now. What's
Is
Max Payne
Apple?
for today?
I didn't even
Apple's
see
up.
it today. See, that
Apple's
should
up.
be. I don't know why SPY's going down. Apple's one of the biggest. Apple and Tesla. What's
Apple's up
Tesla doing?
1.6%. Tesla's up. Apple's up.
Okay. Something else going on. Maybe it has something to do with it. Well, what had nothing to do with the crypto, I don't believe.
No, I don't think it's crypto related. But things are looking like they're trending sideways right now. So, like, what's Max Payne for today?
I gotta look it up.
Hang on, I got it right here. Max Payne looks like for today. Max Payne looks like 414. So I'm guessing SPY's probably going to start trading right around 416, 414 for the rest of the day.
Yeah, probably.
Unless something really bad comes out. I think it just came back down because it had to come back down to Max Payne.
Right. Damn it, man! That thing used to has some crazy swings in it, but this year, no, nope. It's been sideways almost all fucking year. It's been up. That's what it's been. It's been going up. Anybody who's a bear like me, I've been thinking bear, and I gotta get that out of my mindset.
I think these are the hedgies trying to bring it back down to Max Payne, close to 414 today.
Yeah, they're starting to bitch about the same day expirations, like ever since retail's gotten into it, but they've been probably fucking doing it forever.
It's all fun and games until somebody lets the apes in.
Yeah, right. I want to hear what Sled's got to say about GameStop. I got some puts out in October, I believe, for GameStop.
What's your strike on those puts?
It's low, dude. I gotta look it up. I'm driving.
Oh,
But
okay.
I didn't spend too much on it.
Yeah, don't keep your eye on the road. Where are you driving to today?
I'm up north of Palm Beach, in that area.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I live on the East Coast, man. I live up Florida.
Let's see. I've got $23 puts on GameStop expiring June 16th. I'm guessing between now and when they announce their earnings for the first quarter, rather, it's probably going to dip a little bit, and then it'll probably pop during earnings.
So you're on the thing that they're relevant, but it's gonna go up.
Well, I'm following like Hardy's thesis on it. He's the undisputed GameStop king as far as tracking the movement on that stock. So he's thinking that once they announce the date of the earnings call, then they're going to push the value of the stock down, and then once they announce their earnings, it'll probably pop a little bit. So I'm kind of following that same thesis.
I'll play that.
So I got the $23 puts the other day when the price is going up, and then I'll pick up the call side of the straddle or the strangle, whatever you want to call it, when the price comes down a little bit.
Right. I'm starting to play more like that, more hedgy. I never used to be like that. Now I'm starting to do that more.
Well, like I said, I mean, I'm this is purely Hardy's thesis, and I'm comfortable with the plays that he suggests. I made some money on his plays.
Yeah. I just bought that PAA one. I think he just posted that one. Yeah, there's definitely some people on here that got some fucking major intelligence. That's for damn sure. Fucking
like
badass. You include, brother. Fucking
Thank you. I like that Allison that guy did before.
Yeah, I heard him before. That dude has some experience. What happened to Jaded? I didn't.
He I think if I'm not mistaken, there's something going on.
I lost you,
like
brother.
medically with the family.
Okay.
I think they're having some things going on in their family or something, and but I guess he's going to be back in a few days. So I didn't catch the full story on that, but some people are concerned about what's going on over there. I hope everything's okay. I hope everything works out for him. My mic is not too loud, is it? Yeah, nervous structure. That's the guy. The Allison. Allison looks like a good company. Solid financials. And they pay a small dividend. It might be worthwhile getting into them.
You know, sorry about that, brother. My wife called again. The customer at the store. I answered some questions.
Oh, it's all right, man. No worries.
What did I miss?
We're just talking about where Jaded's been at. He wasn't there this morning. This dude Jaded. I guess he's been on the stocking or traded professionally for a long time.
Yeah. He so like what I was saying before, so somebody said they've got some health issues going on with his family or something, and they were saying keep his family in your prayers or whatever. So he's stepped away for a few days until they resolve that.
Yeah, that's rough, man.
Yeah,
Okay,
it is.
will do.
Yeah, I mean, I do hope everything works out for him. He's a pretty cool guy.
Yeah. You're all cool guys.
I'll drink to that.
There it is.
I guess the soundbot got killed again.
Yeah. I don't have it. I don't have a SoundCloud or whatever that is.
A what?
SoundCloud, the music, the elevator music.
Well, I have it.
Do you? Cue it up.
Nice.
Cool, thank you.
I can't see the SoundCloud icon, so I control the volume.
Oh, I mean, I can just.
It's playing on.
You want it higher, lower?
No, he can,
Little bit
adjust
lower.
the volume himself. He's playing it on Opathac. It's coming
It
out
should
of
be
his.
saying that. But yeah, something like that. 1 second. Strange. It's, oh, whoops. Oh, I don't have permission to change my name on my server. Okay, on this server. All right, I get it. Yeah, no. Just call me Tenesmus. Physiologic urge to take a shit. But you don't actually have to take a shit. Prefer we
I
not
just
use
learned that.
real names.
That's also a determination you're about to have a fucking heart attack.
What?
I just heard that, like, I've had a heart attack myself, and I've heard from others and medical or people in emergency, like ambulance and whatnot, that a lot of their responses are people have passed away on the fucking toilet. They think they gotta take a shit. I actually had a family member that
Well,
happened
yeah,
to.
you get like we call it like the the food tube, basically. Well, also the poop tube, same tube, really.
Right on.
That thing can get a little bit pissed off.